Check one, two. Testing audio. Check one, two. check 1 2. Testing audio, check 1 2.
Hi, good evening, Councillor Santos checking in.
Hi, Councillor Medeiros checking in.
Hi, Councillor Medeiros, we can hear you.
Councillor Fortini checking in.
Hi, Councillor Fortini, we can hear you.
Councillor Santos checking in. I spoke earlier. Not sure if you heard me.
Hi, Councillor Santos, we can hear you.
Welcome everybody to the Planning and Development Committee meeting of Monday, February 10th. We have a large agenda here today. It's good to see all the residents out and engaged. I have some preamble stuff that I'd like to try and get through, and then we'll talk a little bit about the public meetings that you're actually here for, and try and accommodate everybody. And I'm going to go through some rules, mainly for councillors, but it's always good to listen to what councillors don't have to say, because we really are here today to hear what you have to say. So that's extremely important for us today. It's just said February something on the, okay, sorry, it's April 7th. It's not February any longer. So we'll go through call to order. Councillor Tour, move approval of the agenda. There was one small deferral. We're deferring 8.3, the Bramwest Secondary Plan. And that deferral is for the landowners to get together with staff to have a meeting, circle back, and then we'll bring that report forward at that time. There seems to be a little bit of confusion. Let's sort that out and get it back. So 8.3 is being deferred. Is there anything else added, Madam Clerk?
Through you, Chair, there's no further items to be added.
Okay, I have declarations of, our mover of the approval of the agenda is Councillor Tour. Declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Are there any members that would like to declare if they have a conflict of interest on any matters that are on the agenda here today? Seeing none, I'll move into the consent motion. I'll list the items that are up for consent. If any member would like to hold that item, please speak up. 7.1, application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw, proposed draft plan and subdivision. Items 711, 712, 713. Consent. Item 7.2 is being held for a delegation. Which delegation is 722? Is that the planner? Or the consultant? Okay, we'll skip that one. Item 7.3, city initiated report official plan amendments to the Region of Peel official plan schedule E4, 731, 732, 733. On consent, item 7.4, application to amend the zoning bylaw, staff report, delegations, correspondence. That's 0ZS 2024-0040. Consent. Item 7.5, application to amend the zoning bylaw, 0ZS 2024-0028. Consent. Item 8.1, staff report by Sarah Collin, planner, integrated city planning, shared e-scooter pilot program 2024 season review. Consent. Item 8.2, staff report by Carolyn Crozier, strategic planner, project management, surety bonds, development and agreements. That is being held by Councillor Keenan. Thank you, Councillor Keenan. Item 8.3 is being deferred. I have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan to approve this consent agenda. All in favor? That carries. We have no general delegations here today, but we'll move right to statutory public meetings. Before I move to statutory public meetings, I'd like to ask everybody to take your cell phone, put it to inaudible, or turn it off. For a lot of people, it'll be the first time possibly coming and speaking in public, and it could be nerve-wracking sometimes. So I'd like the audience as quiet as possible, but also on top of that, turn your cell phones off. I do not want them interrupted whatsoever. We are going to have additional people coming through, which causes a little bit of a disturbance. If anybody wishes to speak when there's a delegation going on, I'll give you a look. If you do it again, I'll give you a point. If you do it again, you're gone. Nobody's going to interrupt somebody else coming up to delegate. Let's be respectful of what everybody has to say here tonight. We all want to hear on this side of the bench, we want to hear what you have to say. It's extremely important. As for the city statutory public meetings, I'm going to go through each public meeting. If you don't hear yours, it's because I know that there's already a long list of delegations, and we'll be hearing your delegation tonight. Our first delegation that I will be moving to is 6.7, application to amend the zoning bylaw, Weston Consulting on behalf of Hemi Bandri to facilitate the development of a commercial plaza with both office and retail uses, 68 parking spaces, and primary access from Clarkway, 10015 Clarkway Drive, Ward 10. Is there anybody in attendance tonight that would like to hear the staff presentation on this item? This is yet again, Weston Consulting on behalf of Hemi Bandri to facilitate the development of a commercial plaza at 10015 Clarkway Drive, Ward 10. Anybody in attendance that would like to hear a presentation? That item is adjourned. It's just a yes or a no, as of right now. We have people downstairs that will also talk to us about that as well. But I don't think it's a big item, but thank you. We've done this before, for sure, but thank you for that. Katie Pandy is the planner from Weston Consulting, and usually they just speak if there are delegations, and we don't need to hear yet another planner speaking to public today. The next one is application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw Connect Group to permit a 14 and 16-story residential towers connected by a one-story podium along the four-stack townhouse blocks for a total of 618 units and 578 parking spaces. This is at 0 Queen Street West, Ward 4. Is there anybody in attendance that would like to hear a staff presentation on this item? I'll say again, to permit a 14 and 6-story residential towers by the Connect Group at 0 Queen Street West, Ward 4, the corner of Queen and Credit View. Is there anybody in attendance that would like to hear a presentation? Yes, thank you. The next item is MHBC Planning Limited on behalf of Glenshore Investments to facilitate the rezoning and to allow a continuous zone across the subject lands, facilitate the development of an underground stormwater management tank and 3 industrial buildings at 5203 Old Castlemore Road, Ward 10. Is there anybody in attendance that would like to hear a presentation on this item? Yet again, it is to facilitate the rezoning of a continuous zone across the subject lands at 5203 Old Castlemore Road, Ward 10. Anybody in attendance that would like to hear staff presentation? That item is adjourned. Along with 693, the correspondence. The screen is flipping. Do you want the opportunity for?
I'm just saying, like, Madam Clerk, the screen just keeps scrolling. Like, I think.
Yeah, no problem. This is the item, right? Okay. And I'll look again just in case. The next item is, then we went into consent. Okay, so we'll go back to the reason why everybody's here, the important ones. Not that the other ones weren't important, I apologize. Madam Clerk, the first one is then 6.1? Perfect. We have item 6.1, City-Initiated Public Meeting Region Appeal Official Plan Amendment to remove the employment designation from the subject lands 8383 Mississauga Road and 0 Sky Harbor Drive, Ward 4. Right, we'd have Yin Zhao, Principal Planner, Supervisor, Development Services to give our report. Welcome. Thank you very much. Begin when you're ready.
So good evening, members of the committee, members of the public, and city staff. My name is Yin Xiao, and I'm the planner assigned to process the city-initiated Region of Appeal Official Plan Amendment. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the city-initiated official plan amendment. Next slide, please. The subject property is located in Ward 4 at 8383 Mississauga Road and 0 Sky Harbor Drive. It is located at the southwest corner of Financial Drive and Sky Harbor Drive. Next slide, please. The slide shows an overview of the site. Surrounding land uses are described as the following. To the north is Financial Drive, beyond which is Lionhead Golf Course. To the east is Sky Harbor Drive, beyond which is an existing low-density residential neighborhood. To the south are existing residential townhouses and a vacant office commercial lands. To the west is an existing low-rise building, which is subject to a development application for office commercial use. Beyond that is Mississauga Road and an existing commercial plaza. Next slide, please. This slide shows site photos with views from Sky Harbor Drive and Financial Drive. Next slide, please. This slide shows an aerial view and the context of the subject site. Next slide, please. The subject site consists of 3 parcels. The one in the middle is the rear portion of 8383 Mississauga Road, which is subject to an active development application for a 10-story office commercial building. File number is OZS 2023-0007. The proposal does not include any live-work townhouse units. It was noted in staff comments that the live-work townhouses would be the most suitable use for the east portion of the property. The applicant has recently appealed the city's non-decision of the zoning bylaw amendment application to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Next slide, please. The other 2 parcels are municipally known as 0 Sky Harbor Drive. They are previously zoned for live-work townhouses. They are blocks within the approved plan of subdivision 43M 1886, which was assumed in 2021. The lands remain vacant. Next slide, please. The proposed city-initiated amendment removes the employment designation from the subject lands on Schedule E4 of the Region of Appeal Official Plan. The amendment reconciles the plan with the current zoning permissions and the intended development forms for live-work townhouses. It is an administrative measure intended to address a mapping inconsistency and reflect the current land use conditions. A comprehensive review and update to a citywide mapping for Schedule E4 of the Region of Appeal Official Plan will be presented to Council at a later date. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations and advancing an associated final report to Council, this development application will be further evaluated for its compliance with the Planning Act, consistency with the Provincial Planning Statement 2024, and conformity to the region's and the city's official plans, Bram West Secondary Plan, Credit Manor Heights Block Plan, and Brampton 2040 Vision. Next slide, please. The subject's lands are designated employment on Schedule E4 of the Region of Appeal Official Plan. As of July 1st, 2024, the city is now responsible for implementing the region's official plan. Additionally, the new provincial planning statement eliminates the requirements for a municipal comprehensive review when removing employment lands. Next slide, please. The subject site is designated a business corridor in the City of Brampton Official Plan 2006. The integration of residential uses within the employment designation represents a refinement of the interface between uses provided. The proposed amendment has no impact on the official plan. Next slide, please. The subject land is designated mixed-use employment in the Brampton Plan 2024. The land use schedule is intended to be updated at a later time to reflect the proposed removal of the employment designation for the subject lands. Next slide, please. The subject site is designated specialty office and service commercial in the secondary plan. Live-work townhouses are a permitted use in the secondary plan. Removing the employment designation has no impact on the secondary plan designation and the policies. Next slide, please. The site is designated mixed use in the Credit Manor Heights block plan. The community design guidelines include a concept plan for the site, which envisions a block of live-work townhouses. Removing the employment area designation from the subject lands will help realize the planning vision outlined in the block plan and the community design guidelines. Next slide, please. The subject lands are zoned for agricultural and live-work townhouse dwellings. Removing the employment area designation will enable a subsequent zoning amendment for the portions currently zoned agricultural. Next, please. Here are some key summaries of the city-initiated amendment. The proposed amendment removes the employment designation from the subject lands. The subject lands are currently zoned for agricultural and live-work townhouse dwellings. The purpose of the amendment is to reconcile the plan with the current zoning permissions and intended development forms for live-work townhouse dwellings. Removing the employment area designation from the subject land will enable a subsequent zoning amendment for the portions currently zoned agricultural. A comprehensive review and update of employment area mapping for Schedule E4 of the Regional Peel Official Plan will be presented to Council at a later date. Next slide, please. The city-initiated official plan amendment was circulated to property owners within 240 meters of the subject lands in March 2025, exceeding the Planning Act requirements of 120 meters for such applications. The next steps in the application are: staff will collect and review comments from the public and advance a final recommendation report to Council for a decision. Issues raised will be addressed in the recommendation report. Staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this application. Next slide, please. The report and slides associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. Once again, my name is Ying Xiao, and my contact information is posted on the screen, along with the contact information of my manager. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us. Thank you kindly, and have a great evening.
Thank you very much, Yin. Our first delegation on this item is Jagaraj Kinda, Brampton resident. Welcome, come on down, sir. If anybody else would like to ask questions or delegate on this item, I'd ask you to come down at this time, and we need to write your name in the book. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for that. Before I begin, I kind of just wanted to say thank you to the rest of you for being here as well. It's a great opportunity to delegate, and it's a great privilege to be here among the City of Brampton residents and councilors. What I wanted to say is that there's been a lot of uncertainty among our neighborhood about what exactly is going to happen to this property. As was mentioned, what they're doing with 83 Mississauga Road. At one point, there was a plan put forward to build a 10-story building there, and that just didn't sit right with some of us. Some of you might recall, you were councilors at that point in time. There was a lot of delegations in 2023 here. And what I'm here to do is kind of just echo some of those concerns that we have as community members, that we're really just concerned about what they're going to do with this place. And I think removing the employment designation is one step forward in the right direction. We don't want a 10-story building there, but live-work townhouses, those are somewhat more manageable. And I kind of just want to reiterate that this is really important to us as community members, and that I hope for the right decision to be made, not a 10-story building being one of them. But yeah, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your time on this.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this matter? Seeing none, it's been moved by Councillor Keenan that the Peel Official Plan Amendment report, City Initiative Report, be received, and Delegation 6.1.2, Correspondence 6.1 by point 3. All in favor? That carries. Our next item is item 6.2, application amend the zoning bylaw draft plan of subdivision Glenn Schnarr and Associates, SF Coleraine Holdings Limited First Gulf Corporation to permit the development of 3 industrial buildings, a stormwater management pond, and associated natural heritage feature and roads at 0 Coleraine Drive. Arjun is making his way down to the podium. He will give the presentation. And then we have Michael Cara and Amanda Corbett that will, oh no, those are correspondents. But we did have a member of the public that wanted to hear this item. Yes. Take it away, Arjun.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, members of committee, members of the public, and city colleagues. My name is Arjun Singh, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Glenn Schnarr and Associates on behalf of SF Coleraine Holdings, Inc., care of First Gulf Corporation. The proposal is to permit the development of 3 industrial buildings, a stormwater management pond, and associated natural heritage features and roads. Next slide, please. Subject properties are located in Ward 10. The subject property is municipally known as 0 Coleraine Drive. The site is located in the northwest corner of Coleraine Drive and Highway 50. Next slide, please. This slide shows an overview of the subject site and surrounding land uses. To the north, agricultural lands subject to a development application for industrial uses. To the south, currently agricultural lands with lands being utilized for truck and trailer parking, further beyond which is Cadetta Road and the site for the future Cadetta Johnston Transit Facility. To the east, Coleraine Drive, beyond which are industrial lands and the city of Vaughan. And then to the west, agricultural uses, beyond which are lands planned for residential and open space uses. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the subject property and the surrounding area. Next slide, please. This slide displays site visit photos from a visit conducted in February of this year. Next slide, please. The applicant has submitted an application to amend the zoning bylaw and for a draft plan of subdivision to facilitate the development of 3 industrial buildings, a residential block, stormwater management pond, and associated natural heritage features and future roads. Further details include 3 blocks containing 3 industrial buildings, in which building B and C are proposed to be constructed by adjacent landowners, but will be zoned through this application. Building A is proposed to be developed by the current landowner. Further details on that building include 38,561 square meters of GFA, 27 trailer spaces, 337 personal vehicle parking spaces, access through Coleraine and future arterial road. A stormwater management pond and natural heritage and open space areas are also proposed. Future arterial roads, including the arterial A2 and portions of the future Coleraine realignment, are also noted. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, Provincial Planning Statement, City of Brampton Official Plan, Brampton Plan, and the Highway 427 Industrial Secondary Plan. Next slide, please. Subject lands are designated as industrial, open space, major watercourses, and special study area in the City of Brampton Official Plan. The industrial designation permits uses such as industrial, manufacturing, distribution, warehousing, and limited service, office, and retail uses. The open space designation permits major public and private open spaces, valley lands, watercourse corridors, wetlands, and woodlands. An amendment to the official plan is not required. Next slide, please. On November 1st, 2023, Brampton Council adopted the City of Brampton's new official plan, Brampton Plan. The official plan provides clear direction and principles to guide city building, attaining its vision for the future, and support the city in becoming a vibrant urban city of over 1 million people by 2051. Subject sites designated as employment areas and natural heritage system on Schedule 1A, city structure. An amendment to the official plan is not required. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located within the Highway 427 Industrial Secondary Plan and are designated as Business Park, Prestige Industrial, Valley Land, Medium Density Residential, Logistics, Warehouse, Transportation, and Special Policy Area 8. An amendment to the secondary plan is not required. Next slide, please. Subject lands are zoned agricultural. Permitted uses in the agricultural zone include but are not limited to an agricultural use, a single detached dwelling, an animal hospital, a kennel facility. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to facilitate the requested changes. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment will permit the rezoning of the subject site from an agricultural zone to a variety of industrial 4 zones with coordinating special sections, as well as floodplain zones. Next slide, please. Key issues and considerations for this application include, but are not limited to, the coordination of future planned industrial lands to the west to ensure the delivery of new municipal roads and infrastructure servicing to new individual development sites. Alterations to site design, building setbacks to ensure that the buildings are accessible from both vehicular users and pedestrians. Considerations for adjacent planned residential lands to the west of the subject site and the inclusion of landscape and privacy buffers. These issues and considerations will be addressed in the future recommendation report, and staff will provide responses to additional issues that are raised. Next slide, please. The application was filed with the city and deemed complete on November 25th, 2024. The application was circulating to commenting departments and agencies. We are now at the public meeting stage. The next steps in the application are, staff will continue the review of the subject application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments, advance a final recommendation report to council for a decision. Issues raised will also be addressed in the recommendation report. Staff will also contact and follow up with those residents who have written, spoken, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. Next slide, please. The development application can be accessed by the public through BramPlan Online. Through BramPlan Online, members of the public can click search for an application link and then type the file number of the application in the required field, which in this case is OZS 2024-0061. This brings up the file page where by clicking the File Info tab will allow all drawings and documents associated with this development application to be viewed. Next slide, please. The report and presentation associated with tonight's meeting is available online. Once again, my name is Arjun Singh, and my contact information is posted on the screen, along with the contact information of the applicant, Patrick Pearson from Glenn Schnarr and Associates, who is representing the landowner. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me, my manager, or the applicant. Thank you kindly and have a great evening.
Thank you very much, Arjun. So if anybody would like to come down and ask any questions about this item, now's the time to do it. We have a 5-minute limit for each delegation. Any members of the audience like to come down and ask any questions? Seeing none, I'll have Councillor Tour move receipt of the application to amend the zoning bylaw draft plan of subdivision Glenn Schnarr and Associates, SF Coleraine Holdings Limited, First Gulf Corporations, and the correspondence item 6.2.31 and 2. All in favor? That carries. Now what most of you are here for. But before I do, looking out into the audience, I can see some, once a politician, always a politician, supporting the residents. I would like to recognize former Regional Councillor John Sprovieri. Welcome, John. Give a wave, although all your residents know you anyways. And a very good friend of mine, always a community advocate, working hard for the residents, Vicky Dillon. Please stand up and give a wave, Vicky. Thank you both for coming. Unfortunately, Deputy Mayor Singh could not be with us tonight. He really wanted to let everybody know that he'll be reviewing the tape after and listening to whatever everybody has to say. But he also wanted me to let you know that he has his staff here. They put their hands up, And if anybody wants contact information or anything like that, please see them or give them a wave. They'll come over and they're happy to chat with you. But just to let you know, you do have his better half. Councillor Tour is here listening, so thank you, Councillor Tour. Also, I'd like to acknowledge Mayor Patrick Brown, who doesn't come to planning often. Lets kind of us deal with it, but knows that there's some important items on the agenda. So really wanted to be here and listen to the residents. So thank you, Mayor Brown, for coming. So let's start us off. And again, before we do, I just ask that once delegations come up, if public speaking is, and I'm not the best at public speaking. If something's going on in the background, if people are talking, I may get flustered. Other people may get flustered too. So please ensure your cell phones are off, and please ensure there's no talking during a delegation. You're all here to speak passionately about something that you care a lot about, and we really want to listen to what you have to say. So with that being said, I'd like to start us off with item 6.3, application amend the official plan and zoning bylaw, Ganyan Walker Doan, Surinder Mali, and Charanjit Dhaliwal to permit a 12-story mixed-use building consisting of 128 residential units and 175 parking spaces provided in 3 levels of underground parking and at-grade parking. Location 3407 Countryside Drive. Harjat Shah is here. Welcome, Harjat. Thank you very much. You may begin.
All right. Good evening, members of the committee, members of public, and city staff. My name is Harjot Shah, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review this application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by GWD Limited on behalf of Surinder Mali and Charanjit Dhaliwal. Next slide, please. The subject property is located in Ward 10 at 3407 Countryside Drive, east of Countryside Drive and south of Goreway Drive. Next slide, please. This map shows an overview of the subject site within the property and the surrounding land uses. To the north is Countryside Drive, beyond which is existing residential and a stormwater management pond. To the south are existing executive residential homes, beyond which is existing rural estate residential. To the east is Goreway Drive, beyond which is an existing commercial plaza, real estate residential and open space. And to the west are existing real estate residential homes. Next slide, please. This slide shows an aerial photo of the site. The site proposes an access off of Countryside Drive. Next slide, please. The following slide shows the site visit conducted looking southeast from Countryside Drive. Next slide, please. This development proposal seeks to facilitate a 12-story residential building with ground floor retail uses consisting of 128 residential units on 0.89 acres. Access to the development is proposed from Countryside Drive with 3 levels of underground parking with a total of 175 parking spaces. The proposed development requires an amendment to the official plan and zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. The following slides show a rendering and elevations of the proposed building. The image at the top shows the elevations of the project looking south on Countryside Drive. The bottom 2 images show an elevation of the project looking southeast and east onto Countryside Drive. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency, compliance with the Planning Act as amended, consistency with the provincial planning statement, conformity with the City of Brampton official plan, as well as the Vales of Castlemore secondary plan. Next slide, please. The current official plan designation is estate residential, which permits a single detached dwelling and accessory buildings, group homes, public utility installations, and public open spaces. An amendment to the official plan is required for the proposed development. The applicant is proposing to remove the subject lands from the estate residential designation and redesignate them to residential in Schedule A of the official plan. Next slide, please. On May 16, 2024, the Region of Peel formally issued a notice of approval with modifications for the City of Brampton's new official plan, known as Brampton Plan. The plan took effect on June 6, 2024, except for any sections that may be subject to appeal. The subject site is designated as community areas with the Countryside and Goreway Drive designated as support corridors on Schedule 1A. In the city's new official plan, Countryside Drive is designated as support corridor. Support corridors are intended to support gentle intensification and infill development opportunities to support missing middle housing adjacent to existing residential neighborhoods. The subject site is further designated as neighborhoods on Schedule 2. The policy supports a maximum of 4 stories in height within neighborhoods along support corridors. Next slide, please. The lands are within the Vales of Castlemore Secondary Plan area and are designated as state residential with an upscale executive housing special policy area. An amendment to the secondary plan is required to permit the increased height and density of the proposal. The applicant is proposing to remove the lands from the upscale executive policy area. The applicant is also proposing to redesignate the lands from estate residential to high-density residential. Next slide, please. The lands are zoned residential real estate. Permitted uses include a single detached dwelling, supportive housing, residence type 1, and other accessory uses. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to facilitate this development. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to amend the zoning bylaw from the current residential real estate to residential apartment A with a special section. Provisions of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment include a maximum building height of 14 stories, a maximum floor space index of 3.3, and a minimum landscaped area of 10%. Next slide, please. At this time, preliminary issues and considerations that will need to be addressed include the appropriateness of a 12-story mid-rise building in close proximity to an existing executive and estate residential community, appropriateness of the proposed building massing, setbacks, height and built form, and potential privacy, shadow, and wind impacts, the potential traffic impacts due to the intensity of the proposed development, the requirement of a tertiary plan to better understand the future development of the potential lands to the west, including 3347 and 3333 Countryside Drive, and construction impacts due to the close proximity of existing single detached dwellings, which may result in noise, dust, odor, and emissions. Next slide, please. Staff is hosting a statutory public meeting this evening to share information of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment on the subject site and to provide an opportunity for members of the public to express comments, perspectives, and opinions. Staff will advance this final recommendation report for council decision in the future based on details of the proposed development, applicable planning laws and policies, while incorporating comments and considerations from community members, technical reviewers, and other stakeholders. Staff will also follow up with members of the public and other stakeholders who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. Next slide, please. For more information on this development proposal, the applicant's submission materials, including architectural plans, drawings, and supporting studies, are publicly accessible through the city's Brown Plan online portal. Please type in the file number of this application in the required field, which in this case is OZS 2024-0062. This brings up the file page where by clicking File Info tab, you will be able to view all the drawings. Next slide, please. This public meeting presentation will be available as part of the Planning and Development Committee meetings shortly. The final recommendation report will also be posted on a future Planning and Development Committee meeting agenda in advance of a future meeting. For any questions or comments about this official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, please contact myself or the applicant's information shown on the screen. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harjot. We'll get into our list of delegations. Before we do have the amount of delegations will roughly take us about 2.5 hours to get through. Each and everybody has about approximately 5 minutes. I would ask that if you're hearing, if you're saying what maybe you have already heard, so say somebody's talked about traffic already, and that's not an item that you should maybe repeat, you can always say that you either support or you don't support the application, and you get to come up and say kind of, get it off what you want to say, but we're not repeating that what we're hearing. And I guarantee everybody that wants to be responded to from the city answers your questions. All you have to do is submit any questions that you have to Harjot, to your area councilors, and when the staff report comes back, you'll be provided with answers to your questions. Anybody that delegates today, automatically, if you just come up for 30 seconds or you use your 5 minutes, you will be responded to with everybody's questions that they've had today. So with that being said, this is, the last thing I'll say is, these are not city-initiated applications. These have nothing to do with the city as of right now. They've come here with their right to come and put an application forward. We're here to listen to what you have to say about it. This is your day, this is your night. No counselor will make any comments. I will not permit a counselor to make any comments to any of the statutory public meetings, and they will not do so until there's a proper staff report. When that staff report comes out, again, you will be notified to when that staff report is released, and you will have opportunity to look at it. With that being said, Paul Good, Alan Good, Brampton residents, please come up. Oh, come on up this way, sorry. Yep. Now you're going to be speaking to us. Yep. We want to hear what you have to say.
My mom's going to go first.
Awesome.
Okay.
And you have 5 minutes.
Oh.
You'll have a green light, you'll have a yellow light's about the 30-second warning, and then a red light. I'm going to be strict on the 5-minute rule, though, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Almin Good. I'm here with Paul Good, and we're here to voice our concerns about the proposed high-rise at 3407 Countryside. Just as a bit of an introduction, I've been a resident of the community for 20 years. And in 2005, the City of Brampton and the builders, the promotional material, referred to the area as Brampton's premier community. And I'm telling you this for a reason. The quotes taken directly that we received referred to the area as an executive move-up community. Quote, there will be no towns or semis ever, quote. This is destined to be the most sought after and upscale neighborhood bordered by Castlemore Golf Course. It is evident from the above that the proposal for a high-rise multi-occupied development was not something that was intended for the community, nor with the existing aesthetic of the area. I must emphasize that with the need for provision of affordable housing, but adding a high-rise rental building in an already established community such as this will be problematic. My concerns are this spot zoning application, if approved, will give rise to more spot zoning applications being made, and consequently, the development of more high-rise, multi-occupied buildings in the community. Number two, the resulting high-rise will result in increased noise and congestion. I'm going through all of this very quickly. The negative impact of the property value is a major concern for all of us if these high-rise buildings goes up. Fourth, the adequacy of current infrastructure to support multi-occupied high-rise dwellings of the occupants is another concern. 5, increased local traffic. The current traffic on Countryside Road has quadrupled, in fact, and especially during the rush hour period. Another concern is environmental issues such as pollution, drainage, the spillover of on-street parking by residents from the high-rise building. I'll turn over to you now, Paul.
Yeah, I'm just going to add some notes to what my mother said. I'm sure back in the early 2000s, when our neighborhood was being planned, the planners didn't foresee eventually what happened for their planning predictions. Multi-generational families, and I'll tell you the reason why I'm saying this in a little while. Rooming houses and basement apartments. This is a portion of our neighborhood, an estate neighborhood, okay? This is not what we were promised in the Chateaus of Castlemore. This is our neighborhood. Countryside Drive, it is what it is. I've been in Brampton since the 1980s, and it is Countryside Drive. To put a modern building on Countryside Drive is ludicrous, and it's almost an oxymoron to me. It's a countryside drive. Okay. City services and planning. Our area is on the outskirts of Brampton, and the nearest police station is at least 30 minutes away. To a lesser degree, we have problems getting ambulances and police presence in the neighborhood, and to a lesser degree, fire. The fact that you'd want to put another building with that amount of density when the city services cannot even deal with the services that we need now is crazy. It's just going to make the situation worse. I know a lot of police officers have been added to the Peel Regional Police, but they're only able to deal with issues that arise. They're not able to be proactive, and that's what we need in the area. This is having more people there in a more dense situation is going to make it even worse for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, next up we'll have Ryan Colo on behalf of Sandy DeBrum. Ryan? After Ryan is Anuj Fora, and then John Zangala. Welcome, Ryan. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, staff.
Just to shift over a little bit, the mic's not catching.
Sorry. Good evening, Council.
No worries.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, staff. And welcome everybody who's come here to support us. I've been asked to designate for Sandy and a few other people. And I would ask the official staff to mark off a few more people that have asked me to designate for them so that we do not take up more time for council. As per the presentation, we are against the development in Ward 10 for 3407 Countryside Drive. Planner, is it Hyatt? Basically said the words over and over again, upscale executive estate. What's being asked to be built here is not that. All of us have paid extremely high taxes over the past 20 years, and some longer, and we do not want to see something like this built for the following reasons. Can I ask for the next slide, please? The one after that. Thank you. So here's some of the reasons that were given. Well, loss of community character and historic value, a total decrease of property values by putting up a high-density development. The preservation of the neighborhood character will change, and that's not acceptable by the residents. We want to maintain upscale housing with our large lots, and we want any builder coming into the area to build something that, whether it's residential or commercial, matches, increases, and helps the way the whole properties look in that area. And we expect council to support that. The houses in the neighborhood are known for their spacious lots and architectural style. What's being offered here does nothing to help us. Our neighbors are concerned about the property values of this upscale neighborhood and the large increase of population in a low-density area. It's also about the amount of stress it's going to put on the schools, parks, the city funded areas in the area as well. Next slide, please. We have two big ponds that are opposite across the street from Countryside, and some of them have endangered wildlife. We have our kids that go to the area, fish, and also sit, have a coffee from the neighborhood coffee store. We would like to maintain all these things as part of the neighborhood. We also have a lot of executive houses with pools on Adriatic as well as Louvain Drive. If this gets built, whether it's 12-story, 14-story, or whatever it is designed to be built, it will be overlooking all the houses, all the pools. There would be no privacy for all the owners of the properties, as well as the guests that they invite over to their houses. Next slide, please. I am skipping through just to keep time. In changing from a high density to, from a low density to high density, with 128 residential units, with an average square foot of 600 for each unit, it does not help housing for Brampton. I'll leave that as the last one. Next slide, please. So this is a petition that was started by me, and we ended up with 540 signatures for a low-density community. That's a lot of signatures, a lot of individual house owners. Sorry, I know time's almost up. And there's a few that I'm delegating for, so the petition is attached as well as the link to go to it. I know staff cannot go to it through this, but the link actually shows all the names, all the houses, all the signatures, and all the contact numbers if needed by council. And I've included a lot of pictures from Google Maps. Next slide, please. And you can go 2 or 3 slides. One more. So that's where it's going to be built. One more. So these are the houses, what they look like, and the space that's currently available, and the size of the housing. And we're talking about single detached housing. Next slide, please. If this gets changed to high density, the 128 units, 600 square foot, this changes our whole neighborhood, and we're not here to accept that.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
I'll let you go a little. I'll let you go a little bit longer just because the time had started before you actually started. I also noticed, Ryan, that you're on here 2 more times for yourself and 1 more on behalf of somebody. I don't normally let that happen, only because what you touched on is everything that everybody else is touching on, for sure. So, but that being said, because you had more slides and stuff, I'm just moving you to the end. And then you kind of decide at that time if you want to recap or take a couple more minutes, okay? Sounds good. Okay. That's even better. Thanks, Ryan. Anuj?
Yeah.
Did I pronounce that right?
Sorry? My name is Anuj.
Anuj.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Anuj. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Honorable Chair of the Committee, Honorable Mayor in absentia for a while, Honorable Deputy Mayor who has another compelling reason to not to be here, and other members of the committee who are under the instructions to not to speak because that might impede the process. But, and good evening, member of the public, for being here. I have only 2 questions to ask. My first question is, Brampton is the dash of Canada. Anyone can answer that? Brampton is the dash of Canada.
Sorry.
Brampton is the dash city of Canada. Brampton is the flower city of Canada, and here we find a proposal where a huge, lengthy 12-story thorn is coming up, sticking up like anything, its nose, towering on our homes. Thank you, good family, and thank you, Ryan, for being here and bringing up the cause. All the matters have been covered, which I would have spoken, but now I have another thing to speak, is that most of us would have lived here for more than 20 years in this community or neighborhood. We moved here just 6 months ago. We invested all our lives saving. When my son, who is a University of Toronto student in cinema studies, says that, Papa, we need to move only to this house, come what may, pay for this through your thick skin and nose. We have to be here. I want this pool which would, after 2 years, would be looked over by 128 homes, ogling onto our swimming pool, where every third house has a swimming pool. And then we have all those concerns which have been shared by our friends. I understand that this would require Wales of Castlemore Secondary Plan 42 have amendments. I know that you guys have power, sirs and ma'ams, you have power to stop that amendment to take place. If you would exercise your power in the interest of the public, we would be very grateful to you. This single thorn would start a chain of reaction. Then we would see that in my calculation, at least a 7.5 kilometer radius doesn't have a single high rise in all directions. 360-degree, there is no high rise. The last one which I could locate is on the Goreway and Queen Street. Another one, Goreway Drive and Queen Street. This side, if we go, perhaps Mount Pleasant, I'm not very sure. And I'm not the one who has been living in single detached home all through my life. We landed in Canada 8 years ago, lived in a condo apartment. 1 year later, we moved to a townhouse. Then we bought a semi-detached. And then this is our lifetime saving. No, you are smiling, sir. You have every right to smile because I might be sounding very sarcastic or whichever way it is. But I would be thankful to you when you give us the opportunity to smile when this amendment, which is known as Wales of Castlemore Secondary Plan 42, is not approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your delegation. John Zangala.
We vote for him.
Me too. He was really good.
Sorry, I'm not sure. My
Nope.
name's John
Hold on 1 second. John
Zagala.
Zangala. Yeah. Didn't I say Zagala?
Zagala.
I'm saying it Italian, no?
No, I'm Filipino, man.
Zagala.
Zagala.
It's Filipino Italian.
That's
very
okay.
close.
That's okay. That's okay. Let's go.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So my name's John Zagala. So I live on Louvain Drive. So my house is about a 5-iron shot from the proposed project. So that's roughly 160 yards, right? So I'm in opposition to this project, right? Because by building this building, right, it'll directly take away from the privacy in my backyard. Because literally, I'm 160 yards away. The guys are looking right in my backyard. So that's not a good thing, right? Second reason why I'm against this is, and I don't want to repeat what everyone's saying, so I'm going to try and make up something new here, right? But essentially, I think this project pretty much ruins our neighborhood, right? And why is that? First of all, it's a great neighborhood, I'd like to say, right? So to give you guys an idea what the neighborhood is, so me and a lot of my colleagues and my neighbors, we pay about $14,000 in property taxes every year, right? So on top of the property taxes, plus utilities, plus maintenance, we're paying about $25,000 a year. That's post-tax, just to stay in our homes, right? Considering the average income in Ontario is about $63,300, paying $25K pre-tax, you can agree, that's a lot for a neighborhood. So that goes to show, it's a great neighborhood. It's a really, really good neighborhood. As some of my neighbors have said, it's an executive class neighborhood, right? So by building 100 homes, roughly 600 square feet, right? Market value $300,000 to $350,000 a unit. That's going to crater our property values, right? And it's definitely going to take away from the atmosphere, the enjoyment of living in our street. We used to have a golf course, right? And now we're going to have a big building that's most likely going to be filled with rental units. And I'm really against that. It takes away from us, right? So about 7 or 8 years ago, there was a gentleman who was actually campaigning for public office, right? And his spiel was, he came over to our neighborhood, Rocco's house, right? And he said, you guys in Brampton, your property taxes are too high, right? And especially you guys in your neighborhood, you pay way too much in our property taxes, right? So I responded to the guy, I said, hey, I don't mind the higher property taxes because it keeps my neighborhood exclusive, right? It'll keep high density rental units away from it, right? I didn't get a response from that gentleman, and my friends kind of looked at me like, John, what are you doing? What are you saying, right? And lo and behold, 7 years later, this abomination is being proposed, right? So I guess, that's one of the reasons why I think it's it's kind of funny. We as advocates and citizens and residents, and you folks as public officials, we need to look out for our neighborhood, right? And lastly, I'd like to say that, myself and my neighbors, right, we don't only oppose this, we vigorously oppose this project, right? And a lot of that is because, like I said, by building this abomination of a building in our neighborhood, in our corridor, it'll instantly crater our property values. It'll take away from the enjoyment of our homes, our neighborhoods, right? We've invested a lot in our homes through purchasing it, through maintaining it, through keeping it in tip-top shape, right? We're a pretty active neighborhood. We keep it safe. We engage all of our neighbors to make sure, people don't drive too fast, people mow their lawns, people landscape properly, right? So that's the type of neighborhood we are. And I think this sort of project just sort of flies in the face of all that, right? And that's why I guess, I'm really, really against this project, just in case you guys don't get it by now. But so having said that, I conclude my statements and I yield to the next guy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. The next delegation is Bruno Spina and Maria Zagoras. Bruno, please come forward. Any relationship to Joe Spina?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Who is he to you?
Hello, everybody. I'm here to speak on behalf of my family and the rest of the residents here in, Countryside, basically, that's affected by this building. I bought my house in 2006 with my family, started a brand new family there. There was a golf course across the street, like everybody's basically said already. I think this is a big waste of time. I think this is, a lot of the people here could have been home with their families eating dinner, yet they have to be here to do this. Putting a building that size in that area, there is not a single building that size within probably 10, 20 kilometers from our location. For me, I'm directly opposed to this. All hands, feet, whatever, all involved. And that's all I'll say. That's all I have to.
Thank you very much for the delegation. Please say hello to Joe Spina for us. Linda Sanganesi. Sanganesi. Linda, online maybe? No Linda? Just in case she's downstairs, we'll give her some time to come up. And then we'll go to Rocco Chiappetta. Rocco. You have a son that plays with my nephew hockey?
No, I only have daughters.
Okay. Just checking. Thanks, Rocco. You have 5 minutes.
Really common last name. Thank you for my neighbors and my fellow friends. Thank you for City Council, and especially to Mr. Tur there. We met a few weeks ago. My name is Rocco Chiappetta. I lived in this area for 20 years. I was one of the first one to move in. And the reason why we moved in the area is like what everybody said. We have an estate lots fitting very well with this beautiful golf and country club. First hole in one on the par 3. So great memories there. And prior to getting to the objections of this application, this is the first time I've been on the other side. Because I'm a realtor, I do infills development, and I always sit on the other side, doing a presentation to improve my communities, to improve my developers, and my type of business. And one thing we always been challenged when we have the people objecting our projects, it was that when we go into a community, we benefit the community. We do a win-win situation. We engage with the City Council, we engage with the people, we get all our petitions in favor and say, listen, we're gonna do this little development, but this is gonna increase value, increase a lot of good things in the neighborhood. And from a professional point of view, I'm a realtor and an infill developer, I think this plan is really has a lot of more failures than to gain. So, and what comes to mind is when I build homes is the first line of the Ontario Building Code The provision of this code are intended to establish minimal acceptable standards for public and health and safety. And this project does not meet these standards. We live in a, as they mentioned, my fellow friends, in a really beautiful neighborhood. We all moved from the city of Toronto, from Warbridge to in this neighborhood for the reason that there is a beautiful landscape. And this project really is not a good fit. It's an eyesore. And if I, from a private point of view, it doesn't even make economic sense, right? Everybody knows what the condo market is right now. It's in a decline. There is the condo sales are on a halt right now for pre-construction. There is right now 421 condos for sale in the city of Brampton. An average time period of the market for 60 days. So why would I put my money into this project if I was a developer, right? So, but the main concern for myself and for my friends and fellow neighbors is the health and safety of this development. We don't have the infrastructures, though we need walkability to elementary schools, and there's no walkability from this building to any elementary school. We want safe for our children. We want safe for the future children to come in this neighborhood. And as everything else was said from my fellow friends, and thank you for your time. And I really feel that to object this application. And there's other use for this piece of land. If someone wants to set aside for me, like, oh, what I could do with it, there's a lot of other different venues that could be beneficial for the community. And, you know, obviously someone hasn't invested into their own property, and definitely they want to do the most gainable economic for it. But I believe this one is not probably the best fit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next delegation, Aisha Farouk Ahmad. Aisha? Aisha online? No, Aisha. Nobody's left downstairs, so just, okay. Okay. Frank Corvesi. Franco. You have 5 minutes, Frank.
Good evening. I'll try to keep it short. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, City Councilors. My name is Frank Corvese. I live on Louvain Drive in Brampton. My wife and I have lived here since 2005. When we purchased our home, City of Brampton told us that this will always be an upscale neighborhood, free from apartments, townhouses, semi-detached houses, and will never allow such projects to be built in our neighborhood. The City of Brampton so far has kept their promises over the years. I am here today in opposition to this rezoning application. The area in which we live was established as a low-density residential upscale executive special policy community. This designation was maintained and defended by the City of Brampton as far back as 2006. I mention this because this entire area, including the subject property, was thoroughly studied due to its environmental sensitivity and endangered wildlife found to reside on these lands, including underwater streams which feed the Salt Creek tributary and eventually drain into the Humber River. In 2007, Intercorp applied for a rezoning of the Castlemore Golf Course lands on Countryside Drive. At that time, then Commissioner Corbett told councilors that he has never seen a proposal thoroughly reviewed, particularly from an environmental standpoint, and that the city staff recommendation to refuse that application was just. He went on to say there is strong technical environment basis to reject this application. In order to maintain this area as executive upscale neighborhood, we homeowners pay a higher property tax. I am not against development, but in preserving community standards and environmentally sensitive lands for future generations to enjoy. It is not only our duty, but an obligation that we cannot neglect, as these lands are quickly becoming a diminished resource. This multi-use building will not improve the quality of life for local residents, but instead it will have a negative effect on our property values. It will increase traffic congestion, increase carbon emission, and will destroy a sensitive ecosystem. It will be home to approximately 250 plus people in an area whose infrastructure is not made to handle such volumes. It may start out as a condominium building, but given the current economic situation with a flood of condos on the market, we all know it will become a rental building. thus catering to a transient migration of people, upending the health and safety of our neighborhood. I am not in approval of this application for the following reason. It does not make economic sense. There is a lack of infrastructure to handle the volume of people. There is a lack of public transportation. It endangers the health and safety of our neighborhood. This tower will invade the privacy of our existing homes. Construction of the sewage waste management system will negatively affect the current underground streams. Brampton made promises in 93, 2006, 2009 of keeping these lands as an executive area. We expect these promises to be kept. This type of building is better suited on a commuting route. Brampton's development strategy is viewed by many as Brampton planning by the seat of its pants. Let's not make this mistake on this application. It's a bad proposal and does not belong here. I think it's very important we recognize what we have here. It's an oasis in the middle of the city. It's our neighborhood, it's a terrific neighborhood, and we're going to fight to protect it, all of us together. Shame on the applicant for trying to congest and destroy an area identified as an oasis in the middle of the city for money. They build, they will destroy, and move on. This will be the beginning of the end of this area if this condo unit is allowed to be built. I urge the council and staff to take these suggestions and the suggestions of all here tonight seriously and work to making our city sustainable. Thank you for your time.
Great job, Frank. There was some confusion with Aisha is actually Fatima Farouk, which we have a few names here, but she's online, and we want to give her the opportunity to speak. So we'll bring her in now. Fatima, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you so much. So, good evening, members of council, Mayor Brown, planning staff, members of the community. My name is Fatima, and I'm a resident of the Vales of Castlemore North here in Brampton. I'm here to speak more so of the environmental and public health implications of the proposed project in our low-rise community. And in Brampton, we need to really look beyond just density alone. How we build directly impacts our environment and the health of those living in it. And so a high-rise in the middle of a low-rise neighborhood triggers genuinely a cascade of environmental disruptions. And so these effects may not necessarily show up on a planning report, but residents will definitely feel them in their homes, in their streets, in their lungs, just in general, like as we saw from previous delegates. So I wanted first to speak about how this is a missed opportunity for sustainable land use. We could really, use development, mixed use development to bring our community together. But instead, this sort of proposed project brings vertical sprawl. So, it's isolated out of place and really just disconnected from its surroundings. The second piece I wanted to speak to was the urban heat island effect. I know I'm getting a little technical here, but just concrete and glass, they trap heat, right? And this is going to raise our local temperatures, increasing cooling demands. This is especially harmful for seniors and children and really does add to our climate and energy burden. A lot of people spoke to this before. We have traffic, air pollution, more residents will bring more cars, trucks, congestion. This also means more idling, more emissions, worse air quality, as if things aren't already getting out of hand. So this happening especially in your homes and schools, like it's a big no for us. So fourth, we've got, of course, infrastructure strain. There's also flood risks. So, to our water, sewage, and storm drains, speaking to that, we don't want to stretch them further. And more hard surfaces would really increase runoff and raise the risk of localized flooding, especially without that green infrastructure. We've also got shadowing, light pollution, underground impacts, right? Tall buildings will block light. They will affect solar access, disrupt sleep, even wildlife with nighttime glare. Underground excavations will further shift our water tables, drainage, once again leading to flooding risks. And of course, this is a big thing too. We have to look at public health and climate resilience. This land can still be climate adaptive, and it can be a community-centered development. Instead, with this project, we're being offered a model that increases heat, stress, pollution, and strain without giving much back to our community. And so all I urge is that we stop seeing blank land as a space for overbuilds and start treating it as an opportunity for environmental leadership in Brampton. I know our city can do better. I expect a lot of great things from our city. I know you guys will stand up for your people. We thank you for your time, and what we build here really does set a precedent. It reflects what kind of city we want to be, reactive or responsible. And so I urge you to please take this proposal look at this from a more critical lens, and instead support a development that protects like Brampton's environmental health, equity, and long-term livability. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. Thank you. Our next delegation is Rosalia Trapani. Okay. I don't have her on any other one, so we'll have to deal with that when that comes up. I don't believe that, but we'll work through that. No problem. If this isn't the one you're speaking to, you'll have an opportunity to speak to another one. Mona Simone Rodriguez. Mona, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
I won't need
I'll
the
ask the
5
clerk's
minutes.
office to go speak to Rosalia, please. Thank you, Mona.
While I may not be directly impacted by this proposal, as I will be with the next one, I do live along countryside, and I do believe that such development is not suitable for this area. Many of my points have already been spoken, so all I wanted to add is my friends and family, and I call my Castlemore friends and family because that's how we are. We are all completely united. We've also come to support our friends along the side of countryside, and we did propose, and we've submitted 1,000 in 2 weeks signatures opposing this development as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona. Next up is Dave Totten and Amanda Bacchus. Dave and Amanda. Okay, welcome Dave and Amanda. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to speak about the congestion. And I know everybody has mentioned that, but I want to give a good picture of what that looks like. So on that stretch at just about west of there, just a couple of minutes, Airport Road and Countryside, there have been a lot of accidents at that intersection. In addition, at rush hour, you can wait up to about 5 to 10 minutes to get through that intersection. If you add a dwelling which has, 500 units? 120 units with probably 500 people living in it, you're going to add to the congestion. We will be sitting there for hours, making us late for work, making us late for school. And to be honest, the congestion in Brampton is not getting better. It is getting worse, despite the efforts of the city.
Really and truly, the only person that's going to benefit from putting up this major high-rise is going to be the existing landowner that hasn't spent a lot of money in upkeep on their home in the last 20 to 30 years. You drive by every day, you can tell the people that wanted to stay there for a very long time, I get it, and now they're trying to cash out and put less than 1 acre. They're going to put between 128, my guess is probably closer to 500 people in that space. There's just flat out not enough room. Additionally, we're all well established in our careers and our lives. The people that are going to be moving into this area in these small apartments are likely going to be students, and it doesn't really jive with the existing residents that have been there. Most of us are 20 to 30 years, some even longer. We've been in our home for 20 years. So we came really to talk about the other property as well. But thank you.
Thank you, Amanda and Dave. Next up is Andrew Walker from Gagnon Walker Domes on behalf of Surinder Malli and Charanjit Aliwal, the applicant.
Great, okay, see that up there, that's perfect, thank you. Thank you, good evening, Chair, members of committee, staff, members of the public. My name is Andrew Walker. I'm a planner and a partner with Gagnon Walker Domes. Here tonight on behalf of Surinder Mully and Charanjit Dhaliwal, the owners of 3407 Countryside Drive, who filed an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw application for the redevelopment of the site for a mixed-use mid-rise residential commercial development. Next slide, please. The subject site is located on the south side of Countryside Drive, and it's just to the west of Goreway. It's approximately 0.35 hectares on site, with about 52 meters, about 170 feet of frontage on Countryside Drive, and it's currently occupied by a single detached dwelling. Next slide, please. Within the local area, the uses consist of residential, schools, stormwater management, pond facilities, retail, commercial plazas, open space, and parks. Next slide. The proposed development that has been filed with the City of Brampton is for a 12-story mid-rise mixed-use residential commercial building. Has approximately 128 units, as has been mentioned before, in a mix of 1, 2, as well as 1 and 2 bedroom plus den units. Has approximately 175 spaces of parking at and below grade. And within the building, there's approximately 3,000 square feet of commercial GFA that's proposed, and there's just under 3,000 square feet of amenity area that's proposed as well. The next 4 slides, we can just scoop past in the interest of time. We've provided the designation of the current official plan, the new official plan, the secondary plan and zoning bylaw, but staff have prepared a good review of that. Excuse me. On this slide, as it was also in staff's presentation, are some 3D renderings which illustrate an attractive architectural character with a strong street relationship. The building proposes to transform the existing physical environment to one that is attractive, safe, functionally efficient, and sensitive to the city's evolving character. It supports the reinforcement of Brampton's image as a modern, dynamic, livable city, which is built on a sustainable, compact, and transit-supportive form. Next slide, please. As part of the application, we've prepared an angular plane analysis, which demonstrates that the design of the building has been purposely thought out and stepped back towards the existing development, which meets the angular plane requirements. Next slide, please. In addition, a tertiary plan was also prepared, illustrating the proposed development of the subject site within the existing local character, as well as potential development along Countryside Drive. The tertiary plan illustrates the subject site, and application contributes to providing a diversification of the city's housing opportunities and optimizes an opportunity for compact development and intensification that is transit-oriented, pedestrian-friendly, and mixed use in nature. Next slide, please. This slide here simply illustrates that a full technical team has been assembled with various and detailed technical submissions in support of the application. And then the next slide, just to conclude, thank you for the time this evening for the presentation, and we're here to listen to the comments from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Next up, I have Ishnan Kaur. Also, just
Thank you.
also just to address the delegation before him, Dave and Amanda, if you are here to speak to the other item, because I understand they're both on Countryside, so there might be some confusion. So if anyone's here to speak to the other item, please indicate that to the clerk. They'll come and speak with you. Thank you, and with that, welcome, Ishnan. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ishnan Kaur. I'm a Brampton resident. Everything has been said. I think the message is very clear what the residents think. I just cannot believe that something like this, which is so far out of line with what is already there, with the community as it currently is, can actually be presented. And it makes me question how something like this could ever see the light of day. How can somebody feel so entitled that they can bring about, and I love the word that was used before, this abomination, how this abomination can actually be presented. It just defies all logic and all reason. Increased density should go where it's appropriate in the city. This one spot is not the appropriate spot. It seems like somebody was just waiting for a chunk, and they said, okay, let me see how much I can destroy this area, and they come up with something that's 12 stories. Countryside and Goreway, in the city structure plan, are support corridors. This was mentioned before. Support corridors, the maximum height they can have is 4 stories. How does somebody come up and say, I'm going to go with 12? It just defies all logic. This building, as proposed, would decimate the area. There's no such building in the area, and let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your delegation. Our next delegation is Gursewik Singh on behalf of Bill Nodato and Dino Frieza. Gursewik? Welcome, sir.
Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. You have 5 minutes.
All right. I had a presentation that I sent in as well. Get that up. Okay, sure. So my name is Gursewik Singh. I'm the authorized agent representing the immediate adjacent parcels west of this proposal. So that's 3333 Countryside Drive, as well as 3347 Countryside Drive, the immediate budding property. My clients couldn't make it today. I'm pretty sure that they're watching this online at the moment, both senior gentlemen. I'm providing this delegation on behalf of them just to raise some concerns. They have some very immediate concerns, especially 3347 Countryside Drive. If we can go to the next slide, please. So our primary concerns comes down to 3 particular concerns. Number 1 being the development proposal supporting studies, which was the tree inventory and preservation plan and the surveyor's real property report. There's also issues with the proposed tertiary plan, the one that was provided in the applicant's presentation and delegation. We had not seen that one before. We only had the ability to view the pre-consultation submission and the first complete submission, R0. And then lastly, it was that lack of updated comments. I tried repeatedly with the assigned planner to see if there would be any updates on Brand Plan. Apart from the first submission, is there any pending comments? Can we see what's going on with the traffic report, FSR? And if the tertiary plan had changed, it appears like that it has changed. Next slide, please. So with our client, this is a property at 3347 Countryside. He really loves his trees. Those are the trees in question that run along the property line. Next slide, please. So in the tree preservation and inventory plan, the circle that you see there, the oval in red, those are the trees that are proposed to be removed. This was done by an analysis by one of the consultants as a part of this proposal. The trees on the green, which do not touch the property line but are the rear yard of my client's property, 3347 Countryside Drive, those were proposed to be preserved. Next slide. So this is a copy of that survey report. If you go to the next slide, please. When the surveyor did their initial survey, they marked and denoted some of the features. It's a little unclear from for the folks sitting in the back, but essentially that top of the page is my client's property, 3347. It marks the row of deciduous trees. It also marks the centers and the trunks of the trees. With that in mind, the surveyor did mark them out, but a later consultant, a forestry consultant, came in and then provided an updated plan to show what the trees are, their requirement to remove them, preserve them, what the tree protection fence would look like. Next slide. So that's the tree preservation plan. And if you recall from the previous slide, most of these trees straddle the property line. Our client has been there since the 90s. He remembers when Countryside was a dirt road. He has also planted some of these trees as well, which have creeped over into the adjacent property, the proposal. Next slide. It's somewhat unclear, but you could see that there's quite a number of letters. The ones in red and orange are the proposed to be removed. And notably, most of them are on the property line or bordering that property line. And then in the left corner, you see the green letters. Those are the ones to be preserved. Next slide. So his main issue is that during the development of the subdivision to the rear of him, he had almost had a legal battle with that subdivision developer because they jumped the fence and they cut his trees. He had a fight with them, they settled, or what have you, and then they moved on. And in this case, he's seeing something similar that's happening. What we're referencing here is Section 10.2, Ontario Forestry Act, which states that every tree whose trunk is growing on the boundary between adjoining lands is common property of the owners. Based on the survey and the tree inventory and preservation plan, it shows that most of these trees are either on that property line or just shy of that property line, which would be classified as border trees. This is also reflected in the City of Brampton Tree Preservation Bylaw 317, 2012, which states under Part 4, Application 20E, that written consent of the adjacent property owner, if the tree is to be injured, is a boundary tree. In this case, we have 29 out of 39 trees that are considered boundary trees, which our client would like to preserve. Next slide. And it seems for this development, they're proposing a 1.003 meter buffer, and that's with the hardscaping in mind, and this is to reflect the P2 and P3 levels. Am I out of time? Okay. And so essentially these trees that are on the property line, they have to be removed, whether it's for the excavation or shoring, just to facilitate this development. Next slide. You'll see the P2 level and P3 level and how they're approximately at the property line. Next slide. And that's P3. You'll notice that there's stormwater infrastructure, piping, things like that, as well as parking that is proposed against this. The outside of the foundational walls are where the tree root crowns would be, where the trees are located or growing through. They would require injury just to build this site out. Next slide. Okay. I'll leave it at this point. Our opinion is that the proposal is not possible because it does require consent of our client just to proceed. Because of the way the landscape strip is and how the P2 structure as well as the P3 structure are proposed, as well as the swim tank and storage areas below grade, it is not possible to proceed with this development without the consent of our client. We're recommending that they revise, and of course it would push their property and underground infrastructure about 2 meters to the right. With that in mind, I'm sure that would shift or at least shrink their underground structure, which would cause them to then shrink their building as well. These are our main concerns. I have concerns about the tertiary plant, but seeing that there's a new one, we'll provide a later comment. So our recommendation is that staff look into this a little bit harder to stop any potential legal issues happening in the future, and that we're hoping to see a much more better fitting proposal for this.
Thank you, Gursawa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gil Sarak. Hello to Bill and Dino sitting at home watching online. And just provide you any more of your questions to staff, and staff will ensure to get back to you with any follow-up answers. And that goes to anybody. If you think of something after that you wanted to ask, send that to staff, and staff will provide answers by way of the staff report and contact you directly as well. Our next delegation is Kobir Singh. Kobir. Welcome, and then our last delegation will be Ronnie Singh online after Kobir. Okay, perfect. Welcome, Kabir. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Dr. Devinder Vatera. Thank you, Kolbir, for yielding his time to me. I would like to first make a notice to everybody who is attending today's meeting that we did not receive notice about these developments. Our house is in the middle of both the developments. We are not directly impacted by these developments, but we support all the concerns which the neighbors are bringing forward. My concern is that the notice should be given to all the people in the area so that we can discuss and we can come even with more people with our objections towards this development. The second point I want to raise is that we live in a rule-based society. So as the previous delegates have mentioned that this is a support corridor. The current rule allows 4-story building. People who are trying to make this development have no respect for rules. Do we want to be living in a society which is rule-based, or do we want to live in a society which is lawless? So we should probably not support these kind of acts which are changing our society from rule-based to lawless. The second point I want to make is that this development is going to overburden our hospital. We have a new hospital, thank you all council members for supporting that, which is happening on the west side of Brampton. Brampton Civic Hospital is already overburdened. I work there, I feel your pain, and I want to minimize that pain by not having high density structure on the east side of Brampton. I moved from US about 12 years ago, and the reason we chose Brampton and this area was because of privacy and the esteemed nature of this area. Unfortunately, over last 12 years, Brampton has changed to worse, whether it is the traffic, whether it is the safety of public. In our neighborhood, we have erected our own fences and gates to protect ourselves. We do not want the safety of this issue to be compromised any further. When our kids go to school, living in a first world country, it sinks my heart when our students are studying in portables. If the city does not have an infrastructure to support the students in a normal building and kids are being shoved to portables, I don't think it is justice to even a new coming residents. And last point which I want to make is that we have Queen Street, which is the main corridor. You have a lot of availability over there to build affordable housing. And if you are having challenges building affordable housing, I would like to present the solution. If you allow me, I will have a team available to create as many affordable housing what the Brampton wants, probably double this in the right place, which would be Queen Street, Steel Street, which are the right corridors. So please give us an opportunity to fix the housing problem which the Brampton is facing. We are not against this, but this is not the way to fix the problem. Thank you.
You know, I would also like to bring up a couple of points here. I am one of the residents who's directly impacted, and I am in the neighborhood. You know, as one of my fellow friends, he already mentioned that this thorn coming up in a heart of the Brampton. I think this is not a building. It's like a concentration camp. 128 families living in 175 by 200 square feet lot. There is no playground. Where exactly are kids going to go? Once, you know, when they want to go out and they're going to be going to the neighborhoods. They're going to be going to there are no basically facilities, you know, they're going to be available in this entire building. So I don't think this is the right fit for the community. And, you know, I don't want to impress enough on all the traffic issues, the security issues, you know, everybody has already spoken about it. But I would really like council to think really hard about not just this building coming up, but the details and the logistics and the, you know, what's in there, what they're giving, and think that whether that's a right fit for the community or not. Thank you.
Doctor, we need you to give your name and information. Right behind you. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the best kidney doctors in Canada. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Kabir. I don't mind the applaud. Let's save it for later, when the delegation's done. So that is Ronnie Smith? Ronnie Singh, sorry, is gone. Okay. So that concludes our list of delegations. Now I'm going to open it up to the floor. If anybody would like to come down, and if something hasn't been said, if you'd like to just come down and say I support or I'm against, now's your opportunity to do so. I'm going to ask you to come down. And as one comes down, if there's somebody else, you're going to need to state your name for the record. You're also going to need to see the lovely lady in the back here to provide her with your firstborn and first name and some information. So once you're done your delegation, then you're going to have to step behind and talk to the lady in the back. But you can continue. Anybody else, come on down. Please start.
My name is Johnson Osai, and I thank the chairman and councillors for having us here. I live at 12 Emmanuel Place, Countryside and McVean. Some of us bought this property because of the promise we got from the city saying that they would never, and the word here is never. Now, we are being told, or we are here today, entertaining applications to alter this. So we would have to revisit what we saw before we purchased this property. Number two, the stakeholders, majority of the stakeholders in this area are saying that they are against this development. You know, in every corporation, in every entity, normally when the majority of the people vote against a proposal, I think they have to be listened to. Number three, the opportunity cost. Some of us decided to buy this place or to buy our land and building because we liked it, because it fascinated us, because of other reasons. We could have bought land, 100 acres, far away from where we are now, 200 acres. And the cost, the price of, or the value of this land would be maybe 3 times what we have here. Now we are being told that this thing that we cherish should be altered, should be dismantled. And we all have to look at it very carefully because in the end, we are not going to take it lightly because money could have been put elsewhere, but we didn't do that. I think the other aspect have been discussed already. In conclusion, I just want to say that we don't want our investment to be made useless. So the city should look at it very carefully because we did this on the promise that we're going to be protected. And if now, after paying property taxes, doing all kinds of renovations and other stuff, we've been told that things like this are being entertained at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Next. Please state your name.
Hi, Councillor. My name is Paranjit Singh Dillon. My question is that to everybody that now we're going to make one property, somebody else buys the second one, then the third one, there are 3 houses there. So can we allow everybody to make it 12-story building over there? That's not right. We spent so much money when we bought the house, and now we're getting this apartment building over there. It's no good for the traffic and community here. Third thing, there's a 128 family over there. How are they going to send their kids to the school? Are they going to put the buses over there? There's no other way to go there. So please, I object that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Next, please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Tina Gaudio. I live on Louvain, and I support my neighbors with all the comments. I'm also on a group committee in our neighborhood to keep it an upscale community. We would opposing to this atrocity. This is not fair to the residents who work so hard to keep this neighborhood clean, safe, and upscale. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Please state your name for the record. Welcome.
My name is Ravinder G. Singh Kent. I'm sure having all the comments you have heard, your hearts will be with us because I don't see even one single person coming yes in the favor because mostly we are opposing it. It's just like my feeling is comments are all given, parking, traffic. It's just like marrying 50-year person marrying to 25-year-old girl. It's completely mismatched types and the 600-700 square feet, and all of a sudden you're coming to 50 feet. You're not matching with 30, 40 feet. 50 feet houses that has some pride. It is not you come in and have with hard work, unless somebody is doing something with 5 years, you can have achieving those kind of houses. It takes maybe 25, 30 years come to this kind of house. It's a dream. And when you guys, I don't know if how the builder, there's so many places in the city of Brampton, they can fulfill their financial revenues, any kind of thoughts. But this like disturbing all kind of, look at the parks, go in the evening parks. And that kind of, if you look at the income structure, where they're going to go? And after when the apartment is built, they're going to, young kids, where they're going to go? And the parks will be overloaded and it will be difficult, even for the kids to enjoy their life. So from lots of points I've said, they can be long list, but it's already done. And I'm coming just to point, it's a marrying 50-year-old person to 24-year-old kid. If you guys supported it, and I'm sure, I'm saying I'm 69, if anybody support this application, that means they don't have a heart for this neighborhood, or they're not, sorry, I'm not racist, anything, but not mature enough to see the feeling of all people, and their heart is here in front of you guys. I'm sure you guys will say yes to it. And opposing this from your heart and from all corners.
Thank you for your delegation. Thank you. Please come forward. State your name for the record.
Hi, my name's Carm Lote, and I wasn't planning on speaking. I live on Tortoise, and I'm going to start by saying, I'm going to make this quick. I had a dream, right? My parents came here in the late 70s, I believe, from India. You know, they taught us, get an education, do something with your life, there's opportunities. And I had a dream. I wanted to buy an estate home, I wanted some land, and I finally got my dream come true. I sacrificed, I worked hard. I'm also a local realtor as well, so I can understand what impacts this is going to have in our community. And, you know, my property, unfortunately, my backyard is gonna face this monstrosity, if I can use that word. And we bought this land to have that serenity, that peace, you know what I mean? So, you know, I still can't fathom how somebody got up and said, we're gonna stick a building right here, exactly this spot. Because what's gonna happen is, it's gonna set a bad precedence. This property today will have this building. Who knows, the property besides is gonna say, well, I wanna sell my property too, let's stick it. It's just, somebody mentioned here, and this is my main concern, my point here is, because everybody's took my thunder, but it's all good. I grew up in pretty rough areas when I was younger, and safety is a big concern in Brampton. We all know there's cops there, there's shootings at homes. You know, so where's the nearest police station? We had one at 55 Mountain Ash, I believe, many, many years ago. Gone. We're paying a lot of property taxes. Somebody mentioned 14, I pay 19 grand in property taxes. Where are the cops? We should, instead of that land being used for this monstrosity, we need a police station. That's more important. We need to sit back. We're all smart people, right? I appreciate that. We need to sit back. We need to just use some logic and think about what do we actually need. You know, my father, who's here today, he used to always tell me when I was growing up, Brampton is a sleeping city. People just come here to sleep. And I never understood that. And now I get it. We don't need more homes, guys. There's plenty of other cities that are adjacent to us. Look at Caledon, there's lots of land. Why are we building homes? We need better infrastructure. A police station would be nice. Somebody mentioned a hospital. I have friends that work there, and they tell me the nightmare. My wife's a teacher down the road from where we live in this area. She tells me about, somebody mentioned the portables. Great example. That's ridiculous that students have to go to a portable. And they're living in these multi-million-dollar homes, paying lots of property taxes. Like, we need to focus on things that matter, right? We don't want this sore thumb sticking out. I feel bad for Burlwood and Impression, Rap City, the other street's blanking my mind that's right behind me, Portland, right? Like, they've already got killed with their values with that plaza being there in the first place, which we let it go, I guess, and now we want to build this. So my point is, guys, let's focus on the real problems. I meet a lot of clients in Brampton, and my first question I ask them is, why do you want to leave Brampton? That's my first question. And it's sad to hear the answers, right? The congestion, it's dirty, you can't get anywhere, it takes 45 minutes to get to one side of Brampton to the other, and now we're gonna stick this building here where that intersection, Countryside and Goreway where I live, I made calls to the city about the stuff I've been seeing there, and nobody's done anything about it. It's been 1 year. People are running red lights constantly. Accidents galore. There's not even a sidewalk on Goreway for me to exit to go for a walk with my wife. I'm gonna have kids eventually, God willingly one day. It's not safe. We need to focus on things like that, and we're worried about a building here. Guys, so I appreciate you giving me my time. I'm just gonna leave it at, I don't support this politician at all, and you're gonna know who it is when I say the statement, but let's make Brampton great again.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Chair, Council. My name is Dr. Satyendra Bhavsar, and I'm here to oppose this proposal as well as there's another proposal at Countryside and McQueen. So I think so many fellow citizens have spoken on this particular topic in a very broad way, very comprehensive way. I don't want to repeat all those things. But I want to talk a little more broadly as well. As you probably remember, I've been here for a few meetings like this. I've been living in Brampton for almost 25 years. I've seen city growing. Of course, we call this city Flower City. The land to grow flower is shrinking as we keep growing more and more houses here. And I think what has been happening in recent times is that some of the bigger lots that were available in the past, now those are being converted into like spot rezoning, and some individuals are trying to benefit from, or I should say at the cost of devaluation and other costs of fellow neighbors, which is totally unfair. If we want to aspire to become a world-class city, I think we need to have a wide variety of residential options. And if we look at map of Brampton or satellite image, how many areas we can find where we would have this type of estate, luxury residential areas. So that particular corner, although I'm not, unfortunately, I don't have a property in that area, but I still, enjoy just driving by. I'm just on the other side though. But we need to have those type of properties. It's very unfair to those individuals who purchase these properties because of the nature and characteristics of this neighborhood. Now, if we allow for these one or two proposals that we have in front of us, again, I think it was already said, it's a beginning of the end. It's a slippery slope. Are we going to allow a couple more or few more individuals from that particular neighborhood to probably have like a parking spot for trucks, or maybe who knows, 20-story building, and then it drives everyone else out, and then we destroy neighborhood. I think more importantly, as I mentioned, I have been to a few meetings like this, and it is very frustrating as a citizen that we have to keep an eye open for this type of proposals. Some people already mentioned that they did not receive a notice for this one. I did not receive one. I have to keep my eyes open for these type of meetings, show up here. I have a couple of kids here as well who are going to do the delegation for the next proposal, and it's very stressful. when you know that there is something that has been proposed in your backyard or in your neighborhood that's going to create havoc down the road, while this process keeps going on for months and years, they have, that sword hanging on their head that, hey, this may happen. What shall we do? Shall we leave now or wait? So I think this is unfair to the citizens. I think we are at a point where, the developed neighborhoods need to stay the way they are. If they have a particular characteristics based on which, people purchase those properties, they have to stay that way. And in order to achieve that, we cannot throw that on all the citizens to do their homework, show up here, present their case, and still wait until the final verdict comes out. I think, that's why we have municipal government here. I think we need to have some, I don't know what would be the legal requirement or allowance, but some sort of policy bylaw that this type of development should not be even allowed to propose, and all these people should not waste their time, come here to oppose this. So thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to present my case.
Thank you for your delegation. Hello, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Oluwatosin Ogunpolu. I live on Ballwood Road, so I would be directly impacted by this tall building. Okay, so I lived in the UK and I worked as a property lawyer for the government for about 8 years. When I got married and my husband was living in Brampton and we bought this property, I wasn't happy about it. I told him, I said, I can sense a shifting standard in the planning department of this city or the government or whatever you call it. I said, because this was designated to be a golf course, why is it being sold for residential properties to be built? Because I'm a property lawyer. And I told him that in the United Kingdom, this would be dead on arrival. We wouldn't be here, and, I saw this notice just before I went on a cruise about 2 weeks ago, and I knew I had to be here. Please do not change the standards in Brampton. Like one of my friends said, let's make it great again. Let's make it what it's supposed to be. I didn't sleep all night when I got that notice. It's like seeing a financial failure. Like, I don't really know if you understand the impact this has. Last year, we spent about $300,000 on our landscaping, and this is happening this year. I didn't sleep all night. I didn't sleep the following night. And I have a court case tomorrow. I'm still a lawyer here, and I'm here, and it's unfair. And I told my husband, I said, we have to be here. Maybe the city wants to see our faces. We are too quiet. Okay, so this is my face. This is my voice. Please do not allow this. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. From a city's point of view, we always want to see your face. This is going to be the final last call for this item. If anybody would like to come down, say a few words, and come on down, and I'm going to shut it off right after you. And because you're late, I'm going to deduct 1 minute. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead. State your name for the record.
John Kumar. I just moved here 2 weeks ago to this neighborhood, so I'm a fresher. Before I came to this neighborhood, I was a guest at this neighborhood. I used to come to my friend's house with my wife, and I told my wife, this is a neighborhood that I want to move into. But had I known about this plan when we closed the deal, I probably would have renegotiated the price, or I would have reconsidered. Now, that is a perfect example of the property value coming down if this plan goes through. This is modern-day theft, which, in my opinion, do you guys agree? Yeah. This building is going to attract investors, which comes with renters. Then increase in population comes with frustration and ultimate increase in crime. And I know everybody wants to go home, so I'm going to keep it short and I'm going to close it at that.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for your delegation. Much appreciated. So that's it for that item. I know that there's a follow-up item that I think a lot of people are here for as well, but let me just, this item has been, and again, it's difficult for when I hear, people shouldn't be allowed to do stuff. This is the freedom of Canada. If somebody wants to build a rocket ship on this land, they come to the city and they try and get those approvals. So that being said, that's the freedom that we live in. But, we have great residents like yourselves that come out and speak and bang your fists and point at your counselors and tell them to do what you elected them to do. So thank you very much for coming on this item. It's been moved receipt by Councillor Tour. The application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw Ganyan Walker Doan, Surinder Mali, Charanjit Daliwal to permit 12-story mixed-use building consisting of 128 residential units, 175 parking spaces provided in levels 3 of the underground parking and at-grade parking at 3407 Countryside Drive be received along with all the delegations 6.3.2 and all the correspondence 6.3.3. All in favor? That carries. We do have the Queen Street. We'll see if we can get through that one fairly quickly. If anybody would like to leave, now's the time to do so. And then we'll get through the Queen Street one. And then we still have the 4037 Countryside Drive one to do. She passed away. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to ask you to be quiet a little bit. Exit swiftly, please. We still have work to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, you can please take the conversation outside. We're going to move to item 6.4, application amend the zoning bylaw, Glenschnar Associates, Chatrath Holdings, Inc., to facilitate the development of 14-story mixed-use building with 206 units, 341 parking spaces, commercial uses at grade at 1466, 1478, 1490 Queen Street West and 9021, 9025 Credit View Road, Ward 5. We have Chinoy Sunny here, planner at the Development Services at the City of Brampton. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, members of the public, and city colleagues. My name is Shinoy Sunny, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. For the purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Glenschnar Associates, Inc. on behalf of Chatrath Holding, Inc. to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw to permit the development of a 14-story mixed-use building with 206 units, 341 parking spaces, and commercial uses at grade. Next slide, please. The lands are located in Ward 5. The proposal consists of a consolidation of 5 lots municipally known as 1466, 1478, 1490 Queen Street West, and 9021 and 9025 Credit View Road. The site is located north of Queen Street West and east of Credit View Road. Next slide, please. This slide shows an overview of the subject site and the properties surrounding land uses. Directly north, there are residential lands generally consisting of single detached dwellings. To the south, beyond Queen Street West, there are lands generally consisting of single detached dwellings, lands subject to a future development application, and a valley land/water course corridor. Immediately east is an existing day nursery, beyond which comprises of single detached dwellings and a natural heritage system. And to the west, beyond Credit View Road, there are single detached dwellings and land subject to a future development application. Next slide, please. This is a closer aerial view of the subject property and the surrounding area. As you can see, there are existing dwellings on the subject lands. Next slide, please. This slide displays photos from a site visit conducted. Next slide, please. The applicant has submitted an application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw in order to permit the development of a 14-story mixed-use building. Details of the proposal include a total of 206 units in various sizes ranging from 1 to 3 bedrooms, a total of 341 parking spaces, and 144 bicycle spaces are proposed. The proposed amenity area is 183 square meters. The proposed commercial space is 2,197 square meters. There's a proposed floor space index of 3.28, and 2 vehicular access points are proposed along Credit View Road and Queen Street West. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, conformity with the provincial policy statement, the 2006 City of Brampton official plan, the new Brampton plan, and the Credit Valley secondary plan. Next slide, please. The subject lands are designated residential and open space in the City of Brampton official plan, which permits freestanding or mixed-use developments that include a range of dwelling types from single detached houses to high-rise. The property is also designated open space, which permits public and private open space areas, valley lands, watercourse corridors, wetlands, and woodlands. The proposed development requires an amendment to the official plan to permit residential development within the open space lands. Next slide, please. Brampton's new official plan, Brampton Plan, was adopted by City Council in November 2023 and approved by the Region of Peel in May 2024. The updated August 2024 office consolidation incorporates the region's decision and modifications. There are portions of Brampton Plan that are currently under appeal. The city is currently working on a consolidation to reflect the policies and schedules under appeal in the plan. In the new Brampton Plan, the subject site is designated community areas and natural heritage system as per Schedule 1A, and neighborhoods and natural heritage system as per Schedule 2. Next slide, please. The subject land is located within the Credit Valley secondary plan and is designated Springbrook Settlement Area. It is important to note that on October 18, 2023, the City of Brampton adopted a city-initiated OPA to the Credit Valley secondary plan to add lands to the Springbrook tertiary plan to increase the height and density for lands fronting onto Queen Street West. At this time, the city-initiated OPA has been appealed, and therefore its policies are not in full force and effect. At this time, an amendment to the secondary plan is required to facilitate the proposed development. Next slide, please. The subject property is zoned Residential Hamlet 1. Permitted uses in the Residential Hamlet 1 zone include but are not limited to single detached dwelling, supportive housing, and purposes accessory to the other permitted purposes. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is therefore required to facilitate the proposed development. Next slide, please. As such, the applicant is proposing to amend the zoning bylaw from the current Residential Hamlet 1 zone to a Residential Apartment A zone with a special section. Some highlights of this proposed zone include purposes permitted in the R4A zone, commercial uses in conjunction with an apartment building, a maximum building height of 14 stories, and various parking rates for residential, visitors, and commercial uses. Next slide, please. At this time, preliminary issues and considerations that will need to be addressed include the proposed development supports the city's comprehensive housing strategy and action plan. Staff are looking to ensure that appropriate height, tower separation, and building setbacks are implemented through the zoning bylaw amendment process, and that the appropriate mitigation measures, building separation, and landscape buffers are sensitive to the existing residential dwellings and day nursery within the area. Staff is hosting a statutory public meeting this evening to share information of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment on the subject site and provide an opportunity for members of the public to express comments, perspectives, and opinions. Staff will continue to review the applicant's planning rationale in supporting plans, drawings, and technical comments, and staff will eventually advance a final recommendation report for council decision in the future based on the details of the proposed development and applicable planning laws and policies, while incorporating comments and considerations from the community members, technical reviewers, and other stakeholders. Staff will also follow up with the members of the public and other stakeholders who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. Next slide, please. For more information on this development application, the applicant's submission materials, including architectural plans, drawings, and supporting studies, these are all publicly accessible through the city's Brand Plan online portal. Type the file number of the application in the required field, which in this case, it's OZS 2025-0002. This will then bring up the file page where by clicking the File Info tab, you will be allowed to view all drawings and documents associated with the development application. Next slide, please. This public meeting presentation will be available online as part of the Planning and Development Committee meeting minutes. The final recommendation report will be posted on the city's PDC meeting agenda in advance of the future meeting. For any questions or comments about this development application, please contact myself, my manager, or the applicant, Sebastian from Glenn Schnarr & Associates, Inc., who is representing the property owner. The corresponding contact info is shown on the screen. Next slide, please. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you very much, Shanoy. We have one delegation on this, oh, it's a correspondence. Why did this one get hold? Somebody wanted to see this presentation? Anyone would come down and ask any questions that are related to the presentation? Now is the time to do so. Seeing nobody, move receipt by Councilor Vincente that the application amend the official plan and zoning bylaw. Anybody online? Glenn Schnarr Associates, Chatrath Holdings, Inc., to facilitate the development of 14-story mixed-use buildings with 206 units, 341 parking spaces, commercial uses at grade at 1466, 1478, 1490 Queen Street West, and 9021, 9025 Credit View Road, Ward 5, be received. All in favor? Along with the correspondence 643 from Aswini Belavanthan, Brampton residents. All in favor? That carries. Next item, we'll go back to 4037 Countryside Drive, Ward 10, Glenn Schnarr Associates, 2456781 Ontario Inc. is an application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw to facilitate the development of a compact retail development comprised of 1 to 2 stories, multi-tenant structure and surface parking areas at 4037 Countryside Drive. That brings Harjit back up. Extremely busy Harjit out in the East End. Thank you very much.
Good evening, members of the committee, members of the public, and city staff. Once again, my name is Harjot Sra, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public, seek feedback on the application filed by Glenn Schnarr & Associates on behalf of 2456781 Ontario Inc. Next slide, please. The subject property is located in Ward 10 at 4037 Countryside Drive, east of Countryside Drive and north of McVean Drive. Next slide, please. This map shows an overview of the subject site within the property and the surrounding land uses. To the north is Countryside Drive, beyond which are low-rise residential dwellings. To the south and to the east are existing rural estate residential homes. To the west is McVean Drive, beyond which are rural estate residential homes and valley lands. Next slide, please. This slide shows an aerial photo of the site. The site proposes an access from both Countryside Drive and McVean Drive. Next slide, please. The following slides show the site visit conducted looking south from Countryside Drive and southeast towards the intersection of Countryside Drive and McVean Drive. Next slide, please. The development proposal seeks to facilitate a retail development comprised of 1 to 2 story multi-tenant structure with ground floor retail uses and second floor office uses with 94 surface parking spaces. The site area is 2.1 acres with a proposed development of 2,126 square meters. The proposed development seeks a 4.2 meter landscape strip on the east and south lot lines adjacent to 10929 McVean Drive and 4047 Countryside Drive, as well as an 8.5 meter landscape strip along the lot line fronting Countryside Drive and a 4 meter landscape strip on the lot line fronting McVean Drive. This requires an amendment to both the official plan and zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. The following slide shows a rendering of the proposed plaza. The first image is a viewpoint looking southeast of the plaza from Countryside Drive and McVean Drive. The second image is a viewpoint looking northwest towards the intersection of Countryside Drive and McVean Drive. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for compliance with the Planning Act, consistency with the provincial planning statement, and conformity with the City of Brampton official plan. Next slide, please. The current official plan designation is estate residential, which permits a single detached dwelling and an accessory building, group homes, public utility installations, and public open spaces. An amendment to the official plan is required for the proposed development. Next slide, please. On May 16, 2024, the Region of Peel formally issued a notice of approval with modifications for the City of Brampton's new official plan, known as Brampton Plan. The plan took into effect on June 6, 2024, except for any sections that may be subject to appeal. The subject site is designated communities areas with Countryside Drive and McVean Drive designated as sport corridors on Schedule 1A. The subject site is further designated as neighborhoods on Schedule 2 and established rural estate residential on Schedule 12. It's noted that established real estate residential lots fronting onto McVean and Countryside Drive exhibit distinctive access and locational characteristics. As such, an amendment to the Brampton Plan and zoning bylaw may be considered for complementary uses subject to the review of an area plan. City staff have requested the applicant to prepare an area plan on how the property can be developed comprehensively with the adjacent properties with consideration for site access, shared driveway opportunities, as well as an assessment of appropriate scale and assessment for any future development. Next slide, please. The lands are zoned residential real estate 2 with a special section 1500. Permitted uses include a single detached dwelling, supportive housing, residence type 1, and other accessory uses. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to facilitate this development. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to amend the zoning bylaw from the current residential real estate 2 special section 1500 to commercial 1 with a special section. Permitted uses in this commercial 1 zone include a variety of retail establishments such as a bank, a day nursery, a laundromat, an office, restaurant, supermarket, health center or fitness center, and an outdoor patio. Minimum front yard depth proposed in the zoning bylaw amendment is 6 meters. Minimum exterior side yard is 4.5 meters with a maximum landscape area of 31% and a maximum parking of 23 spaces per 100 square meters. Next slide, please. At this time, preliminary issues and considerations that will need to be addressed include appropriateness of the proposed land use relative to the surrounding neighborhood, potential impact to the existing real estate character, and opportunities to ensure appropriate screening and landscaping is provided to adjacent residential uses, potential traffic impacts due to the vehicular access from McVean and Countryside Drive. And it's noted that city staff have requested the applicant to prepare an area plan on how the property can be developed comprehensively with the adjacent properties with consideration for site access, shared driveway opportunities, as well as an assessment of any future development opportunity. Next slide, please. Staff is hosting a statutory public meeting this evening to share information of the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment on the subject site and provide opportunities for members of the public to express comments, perspectives, and opinions. Staff will advance a final recommendation report for council decision in the future based on details of the proposed development, applicable planning laws and policies, while incorporating comments and considerations from community members, technical reviewers, and stakeholders. Staff will also follow up with members of the public and other stakeholders who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring the proposal. Next slide, please. For more information on this development proposal, the applicant's submission materials, including architectural plans, drawings, and supporting slides, are publicly accessible through the city's Brown Plan online portal. Please type in the file number of the application, which is, in this case, is OZS 2024-0068. This will bring up the file page where by clicking the file info tab, you will be able to view all the drawings and documents submitted. Next slide, please. This public meeting presentation will be available online as part of the Planning and Development Committee meeting shortly. The final recommendation report will be posted on the city's PDC meeting agenda in advance of a future meeting. For any questions or comments about this official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, please contact myself or the applicant's information shown on screen. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Harjot. Okay, let's get into this one. The next is the delegations. We'll start with Lavio, Nicholo, and then Roselia. We'll come after that. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, council. Good evening, public and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my feedback on the official plan that regards to the application to amendment of the official plan and zoning bylaws at 4037 Countryside Drive in Ward 10. Today, I'm providing my official input on record on behalf of myself and my mother, Anna, who couldn't be here today, at 6 Fenton Way. The remark before was about a 5-iron. We're in putting range of the development that is being proposed here. And this adjacent property was in your pictures and in the maps that were presented today. My comments today provide the basis of why this application should not be approved and not allowed to proceed. And they're based on the factors of, first, clear absence of any need of commercial building that is part of this application and its inappropriate proposed land use. 2, inconsistency and non-alignment in this proposed project with Brampton 2040 vision, the Brampton plan, and the Toronto Gore Rural Estate Secondary Plan. And finally, respect for the neighbors of this unique community in Brampton and their quality of life on their property. First and foremost, it is important for the Planning and Development Committee to consider the actual necessity of the proposed commercial space. The proposed space would look to accommodate plazas, amenities like restaurants, fitness center, bank, healthcare offices, etc. All of these amenities already exist in abundance within a very close distance to the site of this location, with more planned in the future. For instance, Pharma Plaza along Gore Road is located 2 kilometers away and has all the amenities that are already being developed for this site, with the higher density community on the north side of Countryside Road. Within 1.4 kilometers, you have Castlemore Plaza. The plaza provides all the amenities and much more than the ones that are being proposed in this current project. Within visual distance of 1.2 kilometers at the corner of McVean and Mayfield, we have the McVean Commercial Center that provides all of the same amenities as proposed in this project at a much larger size. All of these buildings being recently built and can be accessed by these new communities easily through walking and biking. And if needed, that proposed new space would only be accessible through adjacent roads that are very busy and have high traffic. So not convenient for walking and biking. I remember when I was a kid, that was very much a part of what people did around there and walking in that area. Fundamentally, the impact of this proposed development in principle provides no benefit to the local community and in terms of improved access to amenities, but would have significant changes to the rural estate character that will change the landscape with the adjacent residential use. There runs a risk of long-term to have the result of poor upkeep of this commercial space and poor integration for the community that leads to that should be viewed as a historical jewel for the city of Brampton. The homes and styles of this residential building area in this area are very significant in terms of their diversity, and the commercial space will architecturally not fit in. Secondly, both the Brampton Plan, the Brampton 2040 vision make clear the core principles around having local community, having core vision of beauty and nature brought back, all in the backdrop of initiatives that are helping climate change and affordability. The images provided of this proposed project demonstrate less green space, increased local negative impact from microclimate impacts, increased runoff, increased noise, pollution, attraction of rodents, loitering, spreading of garbage to local properties, and even the potential for trespassing. Who will ensure that the garbage pickups are not done in late hours of the night or early hours in the morning when residents are asleep? Who will ensure that the lights from automobiles turning into the parking lot and circling the area will not disrupt residents at home, especially in the winter months when the sun goes down early. How can we deal with the traffic situation at an intersection that is already excessively busy at peak hours? I understand that there is no guarantee that any neighboring property will respect the quality of life and aspects of your property, but adding this commercial space development will welcome and guarantee the problems to the neighborhood.
Thanks, Livio.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Rosalia, come on up, young lady.
I'm just here for support.
Excellent.
Yep. Sorry, I'm not.
Take your time. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rosalia Trapani. I am a resident of the Gore Estate since 1980. I am here to express my strong opposition to the proposed development of the commercial plaza at McVean Countryside. This development affects me in two significant and personal ways, and I would like to share my concerns with you today. I impact in my backyard and quality of life. First, my backyard directly backs into the proposed site of the plaza. I've spent years enjoying a peaceful, non-commercial space in this serene environment and has been a key factor in my decision to settle here. My family and I cherish our backyard, and the thought of having a commercial plaza so close introduces noise, traffic, and visual disruption. It's deeply troubling. This development would destroy our tranquil nature of my home and negatively affect my family quality life. I own the lot next to the proposed plaza, which holds great personal significance. I inherited it from my late sister, who had specific plans for it. I have received numerous offers offering substantial sum of money for my property. I turned them down to build a home for my children, as my sister intended. Recognize this land for residential and commercial would betray my vision and greatly impact my property value, development plans, and investment. The plaza would prevent me from building the home I envision, and the idea of rezoning feels unfair, especially given to the commitment to this community. For the past 2-3 years, I have experienced a disruption of living near a busy commercial-like space. The property owner has been violating Brampton's bylaw by hosting events and parties, which has caused significant noise and activity. Although I refrained from complaining to keep the peace, the ongoing disturbance has become unbearable. The noise and lack of quiet have impacted my daily life, and I'm concerned that a commercial plaza, especially parking near my property line, would have an even greater negative effect. The accumulation of garbage has also been disturbing. My frustration and plea, I am furious that my property, my investment, and my family future are being compromised in this way. They thought that residential land could be rezoned for commercial use, disregarding the impact of a long-standing resident like myself is deeply concerned. I strongly urge the committee to consider this development and will have a devastating effect on my property, my quality of life, and the future I worked so hard to build. Thank you for the consideration and allow me to voice my concern. I trust the committee will these points seriously make a decision. And I also consider all the neighbors that are out there now with this estate lots and built their homes to their life. This is so disruptive. Tell them when you first moved to the house. Hmm? Tell them how you picked the land. The property how we actually bought it, originally, my husband and I went, my father had a piece of property in Italy, he sold it, and I didn't want to, but then we went there and I felt the same peace I felt when I was in Italy. That's why we decided we bought what we bought. And we were the first, actually second resident in that road at Fenton Way.
Thank
So
you, Rosalia.
it's been like our life. And
Good
not
day,
to
Rosalia.
hear all this noise for all the neighbors, not just for me, for everybody.
Your sister's looking down at you right now, very proud of you. I know.
Believe me, she is.
Yes.
She was my best
Thank
friend.
you, Rosalia. Rosalia, Councillor Tour is motioning to his office. They're gonna come down and talk to you and about these bylaw complaints and stuff. They want to know more about it, so Councillor Tour is telling them, they're gonna come and talk to you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Rosalia. Our next is Mona Simone. Mona, don't go there,
Go
stay here.
anywhere? Good evening, back again. I've been living in Castlemore for the past 32 years, and I'm here to strongly oppose, and I plead to you to put a stop to this commercial plaza. I have 3 points to make. The first point has a few of them. I once thought that Brampton, their planning policies aim to protect the low-density, rural-like character of our community, which this proposal directly contradicts. First, it disturbs the residential character of the entire setting of our area. A commercial plaza would introduce noise, traffic, odor, and light pollution. And when I say noise pollution, because our area is so wide and we're so far apart from each other, the wind carries noise very easily. The only wind barrier we have are our windows, and some of them leak noise. They have an impact on our rural setting. The plaza would back up into many residential areas. Their parking lots would be on the actual property lines. Privacy will be compromised. Tranquility would be compromised. Financially, they will be compromised as well, because who wants to buy a property right backing into a residential property backing into a commercial site? It's ludicrous. Incompatibility with the zoning. Currently, the zoning development is used only for residential area. There's so many plazas in the area. Take this plaza elsewhere. We don't need it in our area. Increased development intensity, and I want everybody to pay attention really to this point. On page 32 of the planning justification report, it states that it wants to also include, there's only one liner, a rooftop amenity and central features increasing traffic and noise in our area. This is stated on page 32, and it's kind of hidden. Now, if you look at the actual proposed plans, it's all flat roofs. A little interesting. So we don't need this plaza, take it elsewhere. Negative impact on tranquility. The commercial plaza also comprises, the commercial plaza would compromise our quiet environment in which we've all invested so much money into. When I talk money, we're talking about $10 to $15 to $20 million per home. We're talking a lot of money here, and we've all invested, and now it's all being compromised. Now, the other thing that's really disturbing about this entire proposal is the lack of transparency. I'm not sure if it was done on purpose, but the notification was an issue. The lack of transparency around this proposal was so concerning on multiple levels. Many residents here did not know about it up to 2 weeks ago, and I'll explain to you why. Under the Planning Act of Ontario, the city has to and requires to notify by signage as well as mail notices, many of which all of us did not receive that should have received it. And if you look at the actual signage, it's poorly the signage is poor, first of all. It's in the wrong direction. There's no sidewalks. So it's almost like if you can imagine driving to see a speeding sign, and the sign is in the wrong direction. It's facing the road and not you. So in order for us to see this sign, we would have to be at a stoplight, happen to look to the right, and hoping you have binoculars because the print is so small. I got out of my car on the side of the road. My feet were soaked with water because it's all in ditches. We had to go right up to the ditch. The date of this meeting was labeled April the 5th. It was incorrect. And if that's not bad enough, the email address on the delegation form was also incorrect. So if any of us wanted to delegate and we actually asked to delegate and filled out the form and sent it to that email. If we didn't ask for a confirmation, that email would not have gotten to the city. Finally, the safety concerns. The lack and adequate of police presence in our area is a serious issue. And as a victim of a home robbery just a couple years ago, I can attest that criminals know, they actually know that it takes 20 minutes, and the police know this because I got this information from the police, 20 minutes before the police can arrive to any one of our homes. Exploiting this area, because they know that the law enforcement and resources are minimal, is a problem in our area. And adding a commercial plaza would not only attest and attract foot traffic, but it'll also increase our risks to our families, to our communities, and make us more vulnerable. I urge the City Council, we voted you in, we need your help. I urge you to reject this proposal with every cellular beating of your bodies because it violates the zoning, policies, and would fundamentally change our community and set a precedence that we do not want.
Thanks, Mona. Thank you. Ram Narayan, did I pronounce that right?
I think so.
That's good. I'm gonna shoot for your last name too.
You have to
Sahadio.
You don't have to pass a bylaw for that, whatever you say.
Please, you have 5 minutes.
Ram Narayan Sahadio on Fenton Way. Once I learned about this proposal, I asked myself what conceivable benefit it would have for the city, or for the residents, or for the applicant. I can only think that the city may get some more taxes, but not much more, because the people who are living there are paying exorbitant amount of taxes. I've heard figures like 60,000, I heard like 100,000. That's what I heard. The proposal has done for me one good thing. I've met neighbors that I never knew before. And as I went around trying to get a lot of those 1,000 signatures for both projects that's before you, I met people who were there since 1974. Their children and grandchildren are asking them to leave. They're one person in the house. They says, no, we built this and I will die here. I met other people. I could have got signatures from California and Orlando and Guyana, but I was told that maybe let's limit it to people from Brampton. And I said that because people from those countries and those cities came to my home. One of them lay down under a tree and didn't want to leave. I have a swing. When I first came there, I was young and handsome. And within 1 month, John Spovery was at my living room. I had 6 chickens. He says, young man, we have laws in this place. Let's summarize what he says. You have to obey them. I'm for laws. We do have bylaws, let's obey them. The people who want to change it, the burden should be on them to prove that it is beneficial for the city and especially for the residents. Shortly after I moved in, I got so excited and the region approached me and says, they're gonna plant some trees in the yard. Lovely 2 acres, 3 acres yard in the area. I paid them over $1,000. The trees are still there. The yard is still there. And we need the city. I want to cooperate with the city. I want to partner with the city. Don't take this lightly. We are in difficult times. We are in uncertain times. We're fighting for a country. This is a small part of that country. But I know you have made statements before with respect to Guyana, Sri Lanka, other places. We do not know what will happen to this flower city. But we do know, by looking at these estate lots, we can extend that to a food city. It was farmland. It is still there, 2 acres, 3 acres. I would like to sit down with anybody in this city and suggest ways on how we can do that. We cannot rely on the gurdwaras to feed people or the food bank or the temples. We are going to have hard times. I am very pleased that I have met so many people. I did not know that they lived there for so long. I was only there since 1989. And I have good new neighbors. We don't have fences. I can go, and this Saturday I'm borrowing my neighbor's rototiller. I can go to my neighbor and cut their grass. We don't have fences in that part of it. But there is something other than notice. And I think if you have to change something, change your notice as I referred to. 250 meters does not take into consideration the uniqueness of those estates. It's probably 2 house lots. So you have to change that. Doesn't make sense. That first speaker, the mother told me, 2 o'clock in the morning, she's 80 years old, she has to go complain about noise. Noise travels more than 250 meters. If we are going to do this right, we have to take that into consideration. I have many more suggestions, but since my time is up, we will meet some other time. My name is Ramnarayan Sahadeo. My email is ramjihindu@rogers.com. Namaste.
Great job. Our next delegation, Dave Totten and Amanda Bacchus. Bacchus. I was going to go with Bacchus, too. I apologize. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Our lucky number 5. So as before, I think the only person or people that are going to benefit from this are the people that own the land today. You know, they've been there, they invested in their property roughly 20 to 30 years ago, and now they're looking to cash out. I get it, right? But it's not what's best for the rest of us. Everybody here is here because we don't feel that it's right. Another issue is policing. It's come up multiple times. There's 2 police stations that I'm aware in Brampton. They're both on this side of town, and they're about 10 kilometers apart. It's very tough for the police to get all the way over to us. We do have fire services very close, thankfully. Touch wood, hopefully we don't ever need to use that. But it's very challenging for the police to get over to our side of the town. And there's ridiculous amounts of traffic. There's constantly speeding and accidents. Recently, we got a light at the end of our street, thankfully. We can actually turn off of our street now. Before, we actually couldn't because there's so much traffic going east-west. But it takes an awful long time. Alternatively, we can turn left off of Bowman, which is also challenging because now there's constant flow of traffic going south. So it's very challenging to get off of our street, whether we want to go left or right, depending on which way we're leaving our home. In conjunction with the last that I stood and spoke against, that would make traffic a heck of a lot even worse if that was to go through also. If this does go through, hey, I'm going to put in a recommendation. I would like to put a 12-story building on my 2.5 acres. I think that might be a better fit than on some of the others. I think my neighbors would probably all want to kill me as well. I'm saying that tongue-in-cheek. I think it's a crock of crap. And if they need commercial, there's already a whole bunch of it. It's still open up, just at Mayfield and McVean.
Thanks, Dave.
So
Amanda?
I wanted to add, like a lot of people have mentioned, they've been in Brampton for 20 years. I've been here for 45. And I've seen Brampton grow. That area that we live in now, we live off of Fenton, that area where I used to drive by it, it was country fields. And I would see these homes and I would think, I would never be able to afford something like that. And I get to live there. and I have a backyard that I love, and it's been developed, and in the last 20 years that we've been there, the noise has increased, the traffic, I can be in my home, and I can hear cars racing down the street. When there is an accident, and there are a lot of accidents at that corner at McVean and Countryside, there are the orange helicopters that land on that property that you guys want to develop. And so this is what we are seeing, and our street is the side street for people to get through on the traffic. So what you're taking away is what we have worked so hard and dreamt of. You're going to bring down our property value. We're paying a lot of property tax, and you want to bring down the value of our home, which means that when we try to sell our home later on, because Brampton has now become a place where people don't want to live. It's shameful to say you live in Brampton based on what is happening. And we are here fighting for you to improve that. We were here. I was here when it was being developed. And now I don't want to live here anymore because of what's been happening. The crime. I'm going to mention the traffic because I spend a lot of time on Countryside Drive, traveling back and forth, traveling my daughter to school. And I pray every day that I don't get into an accident. I pray every day that I'm not hijacked with my kid in the car. This is what you guys have developed. This particular thing does not need to be on our corner in our backyards. As everybody has mentioned, there are lots of plazas that we can all get to, and we don't need this in our backyard, taking away the tranquility. The clean air is now gone. You developed all around us, and we did not sign up for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda, for your delegation. Nancy Corndia? Nancy? Hi, Nancy, welcome.
Hi. A second here. Okay, just to reaffirm, my name is Nancy Corndia Chivita. And I, along with my family, live at 11 Fenton Way. Let me start by saying that we are very angry and no to a plaza or a tall building on Countryside. We, the residents, do not want our area to be rezoned for commercial purposes. And we will not stop opposing it till you, our city councilors, stop giving away permits and rezoning areas like you were giving away candy to builders and rubber stamping every permit. No one in our area ever approached a councilor to say that we need a plaza at the corner of McVean and Countryside. I don't know how thorough the impact study is because according to public records, the impact study has been done by the owner of the property at great expense, not by our city planners. But we together are telling you what impact this will have in our area. First, if this corner becomes a commercial zone, then others will say, like as has already been said, if they can do it, why can't I? And it'll become a circus. Crime has gone up in our area, and the closest police station, as we said, is a few kilometers away. It'll of course contribute to crime because there will be loitering. I'm going to suggest that a police station would really work next to the fire station on Gore Road. It's close enough to where we are. Regarding traffic, of course, it's already been said that there's bumper-to-bumper traffic all the time. Countryside is not a main artery. Mayfield Road is. Yet Mayfield has not been expanded to accommodate the traffic from the subdivisions built almost 20 years ago and the growing number of transport trucks on it 24/7. Consequently, we get the spillover on Countryside. Schools in the area are overpopulated, and trying to get our kids into after-school programs at the community center has a long waiting list. Some parents are getting up early in the morning on the day of registration opens in order to be the first at the gate. Countryside should be beautified with a green median stretching from Gore to Heart Lake. The corner of McVean and Countryside should have decorative walls and flowers planted to indicate the entrance to an estate property. That's what you, our Brampton councillors, should be approving. We do not need a plaza at McVean and Countryside. And to reiterate what everybody has said, we already have plenty of plazas within very short distances that we could access easily. The area that sits between Castlemore Road and Countryside Road and Gore Way were intentionally appointed more than 40 years ago by Brampton councillors as estate lots with 2 acres. We bought 45 years ago because we moved from congested neighborhood in Toronto to country living in a large lot. Mr. Casson still operated his farm, which sat behind our property, and his cows would wander onto ours. We worked hard, as has been already said, we have all worked hard to be able to afford where we live and to maintain the homes that we live in and to keep up their monetary value. This plaza would only ruin the area and devaluate our homes and our property. Finally, we are the bridle path of Brampton. Every city has one. Do you, our elected councillors and city planners, want that to change? Because we don't. We voted for you to represent us, the residents, not the builders. I do not blame the owners of this property and the one at Gore Way for seizing a financial opportunity. I blame you, our councillors, and our planning department, who since August 2023 have allowed them to proceed to present a costly plan and ask for rezoning when there are already provisions made in the city plan for this area to remain estate lots.
Thank you,
Our
Nancy.
past councillors envisioned a great city, a beautiful city, a navigable city, and an accessible city. So councillors and planners, do your due diligence and stop this rezoning from happening. And I will end by saying again, no, no, no to rezoning. Thank you.
Nancy, stay there a second. Nancy, wait a minute. Nancy, I just want to let you know, it's everybody's right and opportunity to bring something forward to the city of Brampton. We do not have anything to make any judgment as of right now. Everybody, every landowner can bring something forward and try and put forward an application on what they want to do. At that time, they bring all of the information, staff take all that information, and they write a report. We do not comment until we see the professionals, our staff, provide us with the information, okay? So we have not allowed them to do anything other than what every landowner in the city of Brampton is allowed to do, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much for your delegation,
Please listen to us, though.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Anna Nikilo. Anna? Mayor Brown has his hand up. Mayor Brown,
Just one question, Councilor.
be careful, please.
Is that the Ontario law? It's not a Brampton law, it's Ontario law that requires us to hear a public meeting, is that correct?
It's Canada's law. Yes, it's not a Brampton law, it's the law of Canada, the freedom of Canada, yes. Thank you, Mayor Brown. Anna Nikilo? Not here? Poor Anna. Ishnan Kwar? Ishnan? Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Members of council, fellow residents, staff, my name is Ishnan Kaur. If I sound familiar, it's because this is my second time around. Thank you for your time. A lot has been said, and I'm not going to repeat it. I just want to go back in time and to just remind everyone, in March 2024, the city held an open house to discuss severances. The opposition at that meeting was so strong, and I'm being very polite when I say strong, that city staff had to cut the meeting short. And following further discussion, and I quote, with staff and council members, it was decided that the study will not proceed and the existing official plan policies and zoning bylaws will remain in effect. This is an exact quote. This was repeated in the August 2024 Committee of Adjustment report following the 20 Evergreen Avenue application. But now, that was maybe a year ago, here we go again, 7 months later, everything is up for revisiting again. I'm not going to repeat what the developer is asking. I just want to say that this house, or this lot, consists of a house and a 2-acre lot. That house has been operating as an Airbnb and as a wedding place. As recently as 2 weeks ago, the tents went up. And if you look on Airbnb, it's still there, $450 a night. That outdoor rooftop amenity area that is being proposed in this new plaza, the only purpose that I can see for that rooftop amenity area is along with a bar and perhaps a dance floor. So is that what we're looking at? A noisy bar and a dance floor? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, every Friday, Saturday, Sunday? The impact of this has been stated many times. I don't need to repeat it. Opening up a plaza there, there's absolutely no need for it when there are 7 plazas in the area, all within 2 to 7 minutes. Each of them has plenty of room. Anyone can take a walk and take pictures. You'll see how much room there is. And there is one plaza already. It's at Goreway and Countryside. And how well did that work out? Just ask any of the councillors. The councillors acknowledged numerous problems and complaints with that place. It has turned into a meeting spot in the evenings, bright lights, outdoor food stalls, loud music, revving cars, noise, garbage in the residents' backyards. And police has no time to enforce any bylaws because they're already busy doing other things. Here's the issue. Over the past 4 weeks, we have spoken to hundreds of residents, 700 at last count, face-to-face, through Zoom, and in their living rooms. Not a single person said that what we need is another plaza. And today's turnout here, we're now into hour 3, I think. Today's turnout is a testament to the concern and anger in the community. Personally, we moved into this area when 2 of our children were in elementary school and the youngest was 9 months old. One of my daughters is here with us, here with me today. The other 2 are watching. We moved here looking literally for countryside. We moved here because there was no place or mall within walking distance of this place. I just want to reiterate that there is room in Brampton for all types of neighborhoods, and we all have the right to our neighborhood. Development is always going to come, but development should leave something better. This plaza is not better. And tight regulations on the city side are important, but you need to respect your own rules and regulations as well. If you've decided that this is not going to change, then why do we have to revisit that every few months? And if you give developers their time, you owe it to us to be respectful to the residents and their neighborhood and time as well. I'll end in the same way that I ended the first time. There never has been a plaza in the designated Toronto Gore area. Let's keep it that way.
Ishwan, thank you so much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Last delegation that we have listed is, actually we don't have any more delegations. Stephanie McVia will not be delegating. Is there anybody else that would like to, other than John Sporvieri, like to come down Come on down, John. You got 2.5 minutes, though. You don't get the full 5. I've heard you speak enough times in my lifetime. If there's anybody else that'd like to come down also, they can come down, and our clerk's officer can come over and grab your information. Councillor Sproviati, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're doing a great job. I have to compliment you and the council. I like your approach where you tell the people to respect everyone. I wish that our previous mayor had done that when we had a riot in this very council chamber about the LRT on Main Street, if you remember. Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I live on 10929 McVean Drive, just south of the proposed plaza on Countryside at McVean. I'd just like to remind you, Mr. Chairman, that your father was also a planning chair. When we worked together, he was a regional councillor. I was a city councillor back in the late 90s, when the first attempt was made by a resident in the area to change the nature of the community. That was, ironically, one of the consultants that was sitting here was involved in that very issue. The matter went to council, it was turned down. They went to the OMB, it was turned down. They went to a minister's appeal, and it was turned down to keep the area as it is, to protect the estate area so that it would not change its nature. I want to say that the area, we worked with your dad when he was planning to develop the area around the estate area with a community that complemented the estate area by bringing in the estate executive housing, which turned out to be a huge success. It brought in business people, it brought in professionals to our city that lived there, and brought in prosperity to our city. And as a result, we also implemented council a very protective policy to protect those 2-acre lots, to keep it the way it is, because we realized that there would be future attempts to change the area from what it was intended to be. Now, I'd like to point out that in the last 5 or so years, there's been a number of homes like mine. When I built back in 1974, I was 28 years old, just starting life. I built a 2,000 square foot home on a 2-acre lot. Now, homes like mine now are about 50 years old, have pretty well, not mine, because my wife keeps it really great, and I have renovated, but a lot of homes are had their day. And what is happening is that there's a new crop of people coming in, buying these smaller homes. They tear them down, and they're building beautiful homes, very beautiful homes, let's put it that way. And these people are mostly business people, professionals, doctors, lawyers, that are coming into Brampton to live in this area, in this estate area, because the nature of the community. Now, what I'd like to point out is that next door to me, on the south side, my neighbor sold 2 years ago, and an investor bought the property. He tried to sell a 15,000 square home, and it didn't go because of COVID, because of the economy. It hasn't sold. Across the road from me, there's a vacant lot, and there's a big sign there, a Gold Brick developer. He's a new developer in Brampton, and he's trying to buy 3-4 homes on the east side of the road, on the west side of the road, and he wants to develop that into a subdivision. These are all 2-acre lots. Luckily, one of my neighbor, Leo, that's in the middle, he's saying, no, I'm not moving, and nothing's happening. Down the street, again, on Bowman, there's another home that was bought by speculators. And these are all people that I believe are waiting for an opportunity that if the council decides to depart from the policy of protecting the area the way it should be, this is going to open the door to all these other smaller lots like mine. And I'm getting calls. They know I've been there 50 years, and I'm getting calls. They figure this guy's 80 years old, and it's time for him to move on and go to an old age home. But, you know, luckily, my garden is keeping me healthy and young.
For sure. They don't know you're going to live forever, John.
So the problem, Mr. Chairman, I see that if we go down this route, that council decides to depart from protecting the area as was intended, that it's going to open up the area, and I think it's going to cause a lot of upheaval, a lot of controversy. A lot of people won't like what comes, and they'll move on. Just north of us is Caledon, and there's a lot of green fields up there, and these homes that we have now, they're all going to be turning into basically group homes. Like the house next door to me, there's 10 people renting in that house right next door. They're good people, a nice group of people, and they cause no problem. They have no, you know, so, but this may end up that way. So my concern is that keep the policy in place, protect the area, don't change it, and it will be an area where it will be attractive. People will want to come and live there, especially business people and professionals, which the city really needs to have.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you. Young man, come on up. You have school in the morning?
Yeah.
Okay, you get 1 minute. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and Council. My name is Rana Balsar, and I'm here to express the concerns about the proposed plaza rezoning near McVean Drive and Countryside Road. This area is already undergoing some significant transformation, and including introducing commercial zoning here would conflict with Brampton's official plan priorities for orderly growth and environmental stewardship. These are my three main factors why I think this is wrong. Conflict with residential vision. The estates of the West River Valley 2 development nearby is a low-density executive residential community with homes of large lots like 2 acres. Rezoning adjacent land for a plaza contradicts with the area's character as a unique country estate neighborhood, risking noise, traffic, and incompatible land use. 2. Infrastructure strain. The Vales of Humber block plan designates nearby valley lands and wetlands as protected natural heritage features. A plaza's impermeable surfaces would disrupt stormwater flows into these systems, contradicting with Brampton's climate change master plan and Peel Region's density targets for greenfield areas. My final reason is that precedent for spot rezoning. The Peel Region official plan modifications in May 2024 explicitly requires greenfield areas to prioritize complete communities with transit, cycling, and open spaces, not standalone plazas. I urge the Council to reject this rezoning, uphold the residential estate zone protections, align with McVean Drive's urbanization plans, and honor Brampton's commitment to preserving natural heritage and orderly growth. This area's future must prioritize sustainable residential communities, not fragmented commercial development. Thank you for listening to my delegation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to the young man and his sister here coming up as well. I know you've come delegated here in the past to planning committee before as well. I just want to say I think one day you're going to be in these seats as well. So thank you for coming out and doing this, but it's getting pretty late. You guys got to go to school tomorrow.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for the kind words. Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to delegate on this commercial development. As a resident living fairly close
My name? I don't think I got your name yet.
Oh yeah, my name is Trisha Balsar.
Thank you.
As a resident living fairly close and who often passes this intersection to the proposed commercial development at Countryside and McVean, I want to express some serious concerns of how this project will impact the nearby community. So first, this is a residential area zone. And adding a commercial hub would not be the best choice for what it is made for. It risks disturbing the character of those neighborhoods that are close to it and undermining the residents' investments in the area. Second, the traffic will congest parking and nearby intersections and creating issues for regular pedestrians. Without proper planning, this would become a major problem. Third, the pollution, the noise, light pollution, would harm the nearby community and create issues for maybe elderly or the young that may not be able to fall asleep easily at night. Also, there are quite a few plazas in the area, as mentioned before. I'm pretty sure there is one plaza, one block north, south, west of this location. So clearly there is no shortage or much inconvenience in traveling to plazas to give a direct need for one in this location. Finally, property values will likely decline due to this and ruin the aesthetic appeal of the neighborhood. And this could discourage future buyers and hurt current homeowners. So in short, this threatens the safety, character, and quality of life in the local community. And I urge to not follow through with this plan. And thank you for your time.
Great job. Thank you for your delegation. Dad's there. Dad, let's go. Get him home, get him to bed.
Thank you, appreciate, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dad. Please, you're not on the delegation list. Please step aside. Your kids have done enough. Get them home, get them to school.
Well,
next, please.
there-
Then wait. She's next.
That's why I went.
Well, good evening, all. I wish we were not here today, but here we are. I am going to speak behalf of our street, Emmanuel Place. We are fairly impacted by this whole Airbnb and this event space. It was rented out. And it's just that I have a young child. My neighbor have 2 granddaughters that are very young. Our kids used to go ride bikes. Since all this started, they can't go out. And we don't feel safe. The other issue was, the reason I say we don't feel safe and we can't let our kids go play on our own street is because when they have any parties or whatever's happening, everybody that's invited comes and parks on our street. If we're having any function in on our street, where do we park? Where do our guests park? We have to find it. So many complaints were made, nobody came. Noise issue is major issue. 3 o'clock in the morning, DJs are still going on. I think there was a rule after 12 o'clock, nothing. But nobody follows the rules anymore. And the other thing is accidents. I've been there for about 10 years with my family. And I feel very lucky, I was able to come into that neighborhood, and I'm so blessed with all the good neighbors around here too. So anyways, any accident that happens, everything lands on our backyard. My backyard is like literally the back of Countryside Drive. At night, why there's transportation trucks allowed on McVean or Countryside? Why? It's not supposed to be. There used to be signage that has been removed in the last probably 8 to 10 months. Sent multiple complaints, no response from city. So in the middle of the night, when transportation trucks are using their brakes, it's a lot of noise. There's people, there are elderly people, there's people that work night shifts, there are people that work, day shifts, or somebody has to get up 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to go. It's not fair. It's not nice. And plaza on top of that, just imagine the noise. We don't feel safe. Just last week, we had, our mails were stolen. Freaking hell, cars get stolen, mail gets stolen. I don't know what's gonna be next. If our child is playing, somebody's gonna just take them and walk away. That's what's next. I mean, I am sorry. I don't feel safe in my own home. I haven't been in this country as long enough as some people have, just 30 years. There's some of my friends sitting over there. They build their homes. They've spent over $6 to $8 million building those beautiful homes. For what? Because we want to give those to our kids and our grandkids. We want to see them enjoy those streets. Why? Why not? And Mr. Tour, you've been in my neighborhood. So if I'm calling your office, I'm speaking just by myself right now. I did not get any call. I've messaged Harjot many times. I did not get any email responses. I sent my delegation a million times. Nobody responded. And yes, as Mona said, Mona covered a lot of points. Mona said, it was lot of misinformation. I'm 10 Emmanuel Place, literally 250 yards from the property. Why we were not sent notices? I found out through Mona. I think we're entitled for notice at least.
Thank you.
I'm not going to say anything more. I think everybody has touched it. I strongly oppose this. I feel like this is indirect threat to us, like we're just being pushed away. We will be forced to leave, that's all, if this goes through. Thank you.
And I have to say, go ahead and applaud. Thank you. I do have to say that the minimum requirement for notice is 120 meters provincially regulated. And we have always upped that at this, it was John Sprovieri and Vicky Dillon, my father, that upped that to 240 to make it a bigger catchment area. And we're constantly looking at different ways to try and get information into your hands. It's extremely expensive to try and get information into your hands. So that's why the signs are posting. We know that the sign had the incorrect date on it. That was fixed. But yes, we acknowledge that we made a mistake. The date was provided incorrectly. As for the notice to delegate, that email address is on the website, so we're not sure what happens there. But that being said, you're absolutely right, and we'll continue to try and find ways to get the information into your hands. As of right now, we strongly believe that these signs are kind of those best ways. I'm going to tell you, half of the people that received the notice throw it in the garbage because they don't think it's a tax bill, or they think it's spam mail or something like that. So maybe we need to change the way the mail looks. Maybe people need to think that it's a speeding ticket, or so that it does open up. But we know that happens. And for the meters, I think we need to continue to see if maybe there's a better job that we can be doing. Maybe because of certain areas like, the Vales of Castlemore, maybe out there, maybe you do need a bigger area because of, the estate lot, or as the one delegation said, the bridle path of the north. Maybe it's something like that we need to look at. But let's get that on a future agenda, make the changes that we need to do. Thank you very much for your comments today. There is no chance that you're going to pest your children. Are you sure you want to come and do this?
Well, I already do.
Please go ahead.
So good evening again, Chair, Council. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Satyendra Bhausar. I already presented many of my views for the previous proposal, and so many other fellow citizens have already expressed so many concerns, so I'm not going to repeat them. But one thing a few things I would like to highlight first. There were so many delegates for the previous proposal, not as many for this one. So one of the potential reasons could be that although the previous proposal was highlighted as, of course, the estate area, this one is actually the low density residential area. The plot size are at least twice as bigger than, the surrounding of the previous proposal. So fewer residents around this, that's why probably fewer people who have shown up here. But, I was going to say this particular neighborhood is a jewel of the city, but I like the previous analogy of bridle path of Brampton, and I think we need to protect. Unfortunately, again, I don't own property in this neighborhood, but I do own the other side of the road, and I do look at this neighborhood and I feel good about being in Brampton, and I think we need to protect the characteristics of certain neighborhoods. People move in whatever place they want to, whether it's a high-rise building, low density, whatever that is, because they like that particular characteristic. And I think they deserve to protect that characteristic, unless, of course, there is absolute reason. In this particular case, the reason is, the individual wants to just develop something. Now, I was looking at, those renderings that were presented. A couple of those renderings got my attention. It looked very greenery outside or around that. Some of those trees that were shown, if that's how the picture, if I'm taking from that corner of Countryside and McQueen would take, those trees would have to be right in the middle of Countryside and McQueen Road. So it won't look as pretty as it looked like in those renderings. And second, if you look at the footprint, with the footprint of the building that has been proposed and the parking lot. So I have a question. Of course, we have city staff here, but let's say that's my personal property. I want to put that kind of concrete slab there. Would I be allowed to cover that whole big lot with impervious surface? I highly doubt. But this person can convert into a commercial property, convert into an impervious parking and building surface, sell that profit, and everything would be fine. Who bears the burden of that increased stormwater runoff, and of course, so many other concerns that were expressed by the fellow citizens. It's the fellow citizens that are bearing those costs. So I don't want to, again, keep dwelling, but I think as a city, we need to improve on improving the quality of life rather than competing in terms of the growth. Yes, we are fastest growing city because Toronto has grown out, Mississauga has grown out, and we will be there in near future, maybe in 20 years, there won't be any packet of land left, and we won't be fastest growing city in the country. It could be Caledon, it could be Milton, it could be somewhere else, but that's not what people are striving for. They don't come here because it's the fastest growing city. People should come here because it's a city where they will get a good quality life, and this particular neighborhood, that whole area, and overall anywhere where citizens have concern about particular development, I think that should be heard. So thank you again for this opportunity to express my concerns, and I hope that these things go in the right direction.
Thank you so much for your delegation. Okay, Vicky, bring us home. State your name, and there's been a request for stating your age as well.
Mr. Chair, my request, turn off your clock. I need 1 hour. Thank you, council members and staff members and residents. Good evening, everyone. I think you all heard very well. Nobody is in the favor. Maybe only the developer who want to build a big apartment building there. We don't need more stores there. We already have marijuana store in the neighborhood. Don't approve this one. Better you guys acquire this land and build a police station. We need really police station in this neighborhood. Other thing, a few weeks ago, I was conversing for a provincial election. People were thinking of running for the councillor. Everybody was talking about this place. Even I was not sure what they're building. But people are really, really concerned about this. Please, kindly request, don't approve this development. If any council member supports this development, I will run against them. My signs are already in my garage. Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. Can you make sure you get some of those signs down, please? Okay, that's it for the delegations. There's none online. Can we get a name? Gurinder, do we have her online?
Yes.
Okay. So we've had a few callers come in. Gurinder, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead, Gurinder.
I wanted to just, share my thoughts with you. I want to take a little approach, different approach to what everybody has said. I reiterate and I echo all the sentiments my fellow residents have stated. I am a patient with stage 4 cancer, and last week, coming on Friday, going to the hospital for chemo, it took me 7 minutes to make a left-hand turn from Emmanuel Place to McQueen. And I can't tell you how disturbing that was to me. Just the congestion that's happened with the current, done. What I want to also say is, in 87, our friends bought a home right across from Trinity. And 87, we were just in our early 20s, my husband and I. We used to come by to visit them, but we also visited the estate lots at that time. And we had big dreams in our eyes when we looked at the homes and said, you know what, one day we're going to own a home in this area. In 2010, that dream came true. We bought our house. And in the past several years, we have spent making that house into our home. I have two granddaughters, 5 and 7. They're right on our Emmanuel Place street directly across from that house. They rollerblade, they ride their bikes. We neighbors get together for a chat. I go there in my wheelchair. I go in there in my roller, in my, in my walker. And I just feel, how am I going to do that when this plaza gets built and there's more cars coming on my street? Will I be able to let my grandkids out without being fearful of their safety? And what about me? There's so many cars already because of the events happening at that place. There's, we are constantly annoyed by the noise, but we've kept quiet because we wanted to keep harmony, with our neighbors. And, I'm being very selfish when I'm talking my, and, what I want and what I fear. But I think overall we need to look at this and see how this is impacting our lives personally. I've had a lot of, talking with my neighbors, a lot of anxiety and stress due to this situation, and also the lack of transparency. I understand you can't reach out to everybody, but I do believe that there could be a notice that could be sent via email, or a notification that can come in my email that I can sign up for. And I have signed up, with the city of Brampton, and I do get notifications that says, this is what's happening in your area. And we didn't get anything like that. And the signage that's there now is not very visible to anybody. So having bigger signage and multiple signage across that property would help in getting, the proposal, to everybody's, forefront so that they're aware of that. I just find, I am just so scared with what's happening. I have my home. I love my home. This is the only home my granddaughters have known. And I'm just afraid if this, plaza gets built, I'm going to be forced to move. And will I get my, my investment back that I've spent so many years of investing in my home? I don't know. I've been robbed twice, and I still love my home because this is the only home that I've known. I've had other homes in the past, but this is like my home. This is my legacy to my kids, to my grandchildren. After I pass away, I want them to enjoy that property and know how much time and investment their grandparents took in building that for them so that they can enjoy that. And I don't want anything to rob me of that. So I urge all of you to please, from environmental issues, from congestion, from, density, everything. Just, take it on a personal level too, how this is impacting our lives. Right now, I can still walk on Emmanuel. I'm just fearful of what's going to happen if I can't do that. So please, I urge you to look at it a little bit deeper and, and look at how our hearts are being pulled in every direction with all this, with this proposed planning. My whole family, everybody is very against it. And I hope you guys really review and
Thank you,
look
Devinder.
at what's being happened here.
Thank you, Gurinder. Thank you so much. That's all for the speakers. Item application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw Glenschnar and Associates, Inc., 2456781 Ontario, Inc., to facilitate development of a compact retail development comprised of 1 to 2 story multi-tenant structure and surface be received. Delegation 652 be received. All the correspondence from 653 also be received. All in favor? That carries. You will all be notified when everybody that spoke, everybody that reaches out to the planners on the file, you will all be notified when that staff report will be coming back. Our next item is application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw Glenschnar and Associates, Fate Development, Inc., to facilitate the development of an 8-story mixed-use building with 94 units, 156 parking spaces, commercial uses at grade 1453 Queen Street West, Ward 4. I'm going to keep going. I'm just going to ask everybody to be as quiet as possible. And we have Segar Massa the meeting is still going on. Do not speak until you're out there, please. Please.
Good evening, members of...
Go ahead, Segar.
Okay, sorry. Good evening, members of committee, members of public, and city colleagues. My name is Sagar Massa, and I'm the planner assigned to the process.
Sorry, Segar. Mr. Sprovieri, please. Please. I apologize, Segar. Please go ahead.
I am the planner assigned to the process and review the subject application. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Glenn Schnarr Associates on behalf of Fateh Development, Inc., to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw to facilitate the development of an 8-story residential building with retails and offices at grade and offices on the second floor. Next slide, please. The lands are located in Ward 4. The property is municipality known as 1453 Queen Street West. The site is located east of Credit View and west of Chingusi Road. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This slide shows an overview of the subject site and surrounding land uses. The north, there is an existing residential land as well as land subject to the development proposal for 12-story mixed use. To the south, the site is adjacent to the Springbrook tributary and associated natural valley features, beyond which are low-density residential dwellings. To the east, there is a private street, beyond which are townhouses. And to the west, there is a vacant land, beyond which is Credit View Road. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the subject property and the surrounding area. Next slide, please. This slide displays photos from the site visits conducted. The photos are from Queensports Drive to southeast and from Queen Street to east side of the property. Next slide, please. The applicant has submitted an application to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw in order to facilitate the development of an 8-story residential building with commercial uses at grade and second floors. The application is proposing a total of 94 residential apartment units consisting of a mix of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom configuration. 10% of the units are proposed to be designated as affordable housing. A total of 156 parking spaces are proposed, including spaces for residential use, visitors, commercial and office uses, and accessible spaces. The proposal also includes a commercial area of 1,373 square meters, and a vehicular access point is proposed from Queensports. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, Provincial Planning Statement, conformity with the 2006 City of Brampton official plan and the new Brampton plan and the Credit Valley secondary plan. Next slide, please. The subject land is designated residential and open space in the City of Brampton official plan. The residential designations permit a full range of housing types, including mixed use and high-rise development, while the open space designation permits public and private open space, valley land, water course corridors, wetland, and woodlands. The proposed development does not require an amendment to the official plan. Next slide, please. In the new Brampton plan, the subject site is designated community areas and natural heritage system on Schedule 1A and neighborhoods and natural heritage system within Schedule 2. Next slide, please. The subject land is designated as Springbrook Tertiary Plan and Primary Valley Land within the Credit Valley Secondary Plan as per Official Plan Amendment OP 2006-254. In the Springbrook Tertiary Plan, the subject site is designated medium-density residential, which permits apartment buildings ranging from 5 to 12 stories with commercial uses at grade. The secondary plan for the Credit Valley Secondary Plan area is currently undergoing an update. As such, an amendment is required to permit office uses on the second floor in the medium-density residential designation. Next slide, please. The subject property is zoned as Service Commercial Special Section 206 and Commercial 1 Special Section 2072. Permitted uses in the Service Commercial Special Section 206 include a convenience store and one dwelling unit as a use accessory. Permitted uses in the Commercial 1 Special Section 2072 include commercial uses such as grocery store, bank, office, convenience restaurants, and animal hospitals. Other uses such as place of worship, library, supportive housing type 2. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is therefore required to facilitate the proposed development. Next slide, please. As such, the development is proposing to amend the zoning bylaw from the current Service Commercial Special Section 206 and Commercial 1 Special Section 2072 to a residential apartment A3 with special section and floodplain. Highlights of the proposed zone include the permission for apartment dwelling along with commercial uses at grade and on the second floor. The zoning allows for the maximum floor space index of 3.37 and a maximum building height of 8-story or 27.3 meters. A minimum of 20% of the site is required to maintain as landscape open space. The minimum parking requirements are 1 parking space per residential unit and 0.2 visitor parking per unit, and 1 parking space per 31.9 square meters of commercial gross floor area. At this time, next slide, please. At this time, preliminary issues and consideration that will need to be addressed include ensuring the provision of an appropriate buffer to protect and maintain the integrity of surrounding environmental features, promoting a compatible build form and site design that respects the adjacent low-density residential neighborhood, including implementation of measures to mitigate potential shadowing and overlooked impact. Next slide, please. Staff is hosting a statutory public meeting this evening to share information of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment on the subject site and provide an opportunity for members of public to express comments, perspectives, and opinions. Staff will continue to review the applicant's planning rationale and supporting plans, drawings, and technical comments. And staff will advance a final recommendation report for council decision in the future based on the details of the proposed development and applicable planning laws and policies, while incorporating comments and consideration from the community members, technical reviewers, and other stakeholders. Staff will also follow up with members of the public and other stakeholders who have spoken, written, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. Next slide, please. For more information on the development proposal, the applicant's submission material, including architectural plans, drawings, and supporting studies, these are all publicly accessible through the city's Plan online portal. The type, the file number of the application in the required field, which is in this case OZS 2025-0008. This brings up the file page whereby clicking the File Info tab you will allow to view all drawings and documents associated with this development application. Next slide, please. The public meeting presentation will be available online as part of the Planning and Development Committee meeting minutes. The final recommendation report will be posted on the city's PDC meeting agenda in advance of the future meeting. For any question or comments about the development application, please contact myself, my manager, or application or applicants, with information showed on the screen. Thank you kindly and have a great evening.
Thank you, Sagar. Great job. We have 3 delegations on this now. Deval, we have you online, followed by Chris Bernard and Kushal Soni. Deval, you there? I see you, but I don't, no, I don't see Deval anymore.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Go ahead, Deval.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chairman, member of the Planning Development Committee, councillors, city staff, and member of the community. It's really late, so I will try to keep it short and sweet. My name is Deval Vyas. I'm a resident of Denfield Court, which is directly impacted by this proposed development. Been here or living here in the city of Brampton close to 24 years, made Brampton as our home, and I call proudly myself a Bramptonian or a Canadian at the same time. I speak today on the behalf of the community regarding this proposed development OZS-2025-008. We strongly object to the proposed development at 1453 Queen Street West, which is planned on top of a protected natural meander belt and directly behind our quiet and private backyard. It is heartbreaking and deeply concerning, especially as we do not understand how such an amendment to the official plan and zoning bylaw even being considered, and cities' resources are being wasted. This development would undoubtedly endanger the critical wildlife habitats and cause substantial environmental harm. This is not the first time. This is our 3rd attempt to stop this proposed development, and we are keep being asked to defend our position on this critical matter that affects not our own personal and private life, but also the natural habitat and the meander belt. Tonight, I rise not only with this objection, but also with the dream. We object to this proposal not because we fear the change, but because we deserve better and we believe in better. Within 3 kilometers of this radius, if you look at from Cream Street, Mississauga Road to Chingusi Road, we are planning, or there is a proposal to build several thousands of high-rise, low-cost, mixed-use units. All of them are in the heart of well-established, low-density neighborhoods characterized by executive-style, private, detached homes, secluded places, amazing residences. Thousands and millions of dollars has been spent to develop this executive neighborhood. Yet, each of these applications is being reviewed as in an isolation. One day we receive one notice, another day we are receiving another notice. With no holistic traffic study, no cumulative environmental study, no unified vision on what we are trying to do or what this city is truly becoming. This approach risks eroding our very character and quality of the city of the Brampton and the trust that city to protect. This fragmented case-by-case approach is not planning, it's reacting. It puts pressure on our safety, our roads, our schools, our environment, and most of all, our communities and this prestigious city resources that we are talking about it at 10:45 p.m. So yes, we humbly ask the city, the council members to please reject this proposal. But more than that, we ask you to pause all such proposals and go back to the drawing board with one unified goal to build the Brampton that what we can all proud of. Our beloved city of Brampton has too often made headlines for all the wrong reasons. Let's not give one more reason by allowing our city to turn into a concrete jungle when it once known as Flower City and remains the home where we love with all our hearts. Let us protect Brampton's soul and not just expand the skyline. With that, I close my statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Our next delegation, Chris Bernard. Chris? Hi, evening, Chris, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. Good evening, council members. Good evening, members of the community. Deval already has mentioned just about everything I was planning to mention, but I am one of the residents impacted by the proposed development. One of the things I really did want to mention, the fact that they're planning to build on 3 corners of Queen and Credit View, which will increase the traffic density to such a significant amount. If you look at that area now, from Queen going all the way down to Steeles along Credit View, in the evenings, the amount of traffic that's on that one single road, people trying to get home from work, they're using that one road. Our kids are not safe in our neighborhoods because of such high traffic volumes. And we're just asking to please say no to this proposal, because it's proposing such a huge change in our neighborhood that this area is not prepared to handle at all. It's not prepared to handle this. And so we're asking to please deny this proposal. Don't do it. The privacy of our homes will be lost. The noise pollution, the pollution to the stream just beyond there. We have heard before of the endangered species of fish that live within that stream. The other wildlife, like the deer, our neighborhood, we're so used to seeing deer coming through that alleyway. It will be a thing of the past. We're just not safe. We have had increased incidents of mailboxes being broken into. We have had houses being attempted to be broken into. We have had cars being broken into and attempted to be broken into on a regular basis here in this neighborhood. And increasing the volume of the people who live in this area, increasing the volume of traffic is only going to make these things worse. And so I'm asking for you to please deny this proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your delegation, Chris. Kushal Soni. Kushal, you there?
Yes, I am here. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. So I am a resident of Queen Post Drive, and we object this proposal, and we request the council to do not proceed with this application. We are the neighborhood of 50 townhomes who will be directly impacted by this development. Queen Post Drive is a private road, and the residents of Queen Post Drive pays around $170 maintenance fees every month for common elements, which includes maintenance of this Queen Post Drive road. It includes landscaping, snow removal. And being this is a private road, we are not comfortable sharing this private space with the another development, especially for the vehicular access, which we showed in the presentation. It is imperative to note that Queen Post Drive is a narrow street that may lead to high traffic congestion. It may compromise the emergency vehicle access, deliveries, etc., with a lot of people idling as well. We believe that the enjoyment living at this neighborhood will lost and devalue our properties and also put immense theft risk to us. This would also take away our privacy, natural sunlight, and wind direction by having a high rise right next to our homes. Most importantly, there is none high-rise condominiums in the entire Credit View neighborhood. And that is for a reason. And because of that, we choose this place to stay in Brampton. We are paying around $6,000 property tax every year for a small townhome in this community, despite no efforts from the city to control or take measures on ongoing high traffic congestion on Queen Street West, which is eventually becoming worse day by day. We would recommend a project similar like us, or a park, or a recreational center right next to our community. And we do support the overall growth and development of the city, but not by having such a high-rise proposal next to us. So that I would like to conclude my statement by saying once again that please reconsider this application and please do not accept this proposal. It's not meant to be there. The way this community is structured, a park or a recreational center would be an ideal thing to be there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your delegation. Our next delegations are Krishan and Kavita Harry. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for letting us speak on behalf of the other residents in the area. My name is Christian. I'm also a member and resident in the adjacent neighborhood to this proposal. And I did have a couple points that we raised in 2022, also with this proposal and several other proposals along Queen Street. I think Chris also mentioned earlier about the traffic analysis or the traffic concerns. There was a study done in, I believe, 2018 that was done with the traffic analysis for Queen Street along this area and Credit View, and the resulting analysis was a LOSE rating of service due to a missing advanced green signal. So I'm not sure what the resulting analysis would be once the green signal was added, but LOSE is the second worst rating of traffic flow that we allow on our street. So essentially it's characterized by unstable flow, roads at or near capacity, and constant and queuing and reduced speeds in the area. And we believe this can create many incidents in the area by adding this much traffic to these streets that are here. I want to also bring up a point that along Queen Street in this area, so at Queen and Credit View, along a 1 kilometer stretch of road, there is a proposed buildings accounting to about 1,200 additional residential units. So even though this proposal is only for 94 units, there are other proposals in the area that I think should be factored in, and according to the city's plan, and proper measurements should be taken for infrastructure design as well as public transportation should be accounted for. And we don't understand or know or have access to the information that's available to be planned in this area to account for 1,200 additional residential units, not just traffic, but also infrastructure, as I mentioned. Those are basically my main points. I also believe that there are many residents in the area that speak to the retail desert that exists here. There isn't a walkable grocery store in the area. I think many residents in the area aren't opposed to retail. Perhaps low-rise retail, 2 to 4 stories in the area would probably be palpable and suit the area quite well. But 8 stories is just simply too tall. I did notice that the proposal now has an updated shadow impact and overlook that wasn't done in 2022, so we'll love to go over that information and we'll be reviewing it. I did also notice in the proposal here that you are planning to rezone the strip of protected lands along the corridor there where the ravine exists into a flooding zone. So would like to know a little bit more about how that's done and why that area should be up for rezoning when we're really just trying to build an adjacent building. So what that necessarily means for construction and how that proposal should be allowed to change the protected lands that are in that area that protect wildlife and a few other concerns, drainage and everything else for the area, and why we'd allow that to be changed to a flood zone just to support this construction of this 8-story building. Those are my main points. Thank you very much for hearing, and thanks.
Thank you very much. And we do also have your correspondence as well. So you'll be hearing back from staff once staff has put the report together. That's all the delegations that I have. It's an application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw, Glenchnar Associates, Fete Development, Inc., to facilitate the development of 8-story mixed-use buildings with 94 units, 156 parking spaces, commercial uses at grade at 1453 Queen Street West, Ward 4. It's been moved by receipt by Councilor Medeiros. And the delegations and the correspondence, the added delegations, all in favor? That carries. Our next item is, I'm going to ask again if there was one person that put their hand up, but that person is gone. I don't see. Yeah, we're at 6.8. The one person that put their hand up is they're gone, but I'm going to ask, is there anybody here that would like to hear a presentation on the Knapp Group to permit 14 to 16-story residential towers connected by a one-story podium alongside 4 stacked townhouse blocks at 0 Queen Street West, Ward 4? If you're online, unmute, speak up. Anybody here that would like to hear a staff presentation on that? Seeing none, I'll adjourn that item. The next item is, oh, I need the consent ones. Sorry. I have them here somewhere, but. These things. 7.2, we had delegations from, we had Mark Condello, Glenshire Associates. Mark, you're still coming down. And then we had Annette Benedetti from Goodman's, Diane Freeman from SLR Consulting. This was for, this is the rec report for 69 Bramley Holdings Limited, Glenshire Associates, to facilitate a phased development consisting of 2 high-density mixed-use towers with heights of 26 stories, 18 stories, with a total of 458 residential units at 69 Bramley Road, Ward 7. Mark, take us away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, members of council. I'll keep my submissions brief. For the record, Mark Condello with Glenshire Associates, here on behalf of Medallion Corporation, and with me tonight is also Ms. Anna Fagus, project manager with Medallion. I'm here tonight in support of the staff recommendation for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate a mixed-use development, which includes 458 purpose-built rental units within the Bramley Go MTSA. And I'll note that the discussion around 69 Bramley Road forming an important part of the city's growth and development vision for the Bramley Go MTSA started back in 2017 when City Council adopted an official plan amendment for an employment land conversion and a policy framework to support a high-rise mixed-use development. An important component of this application has to do with land use compatibility and has these lands transition with the neighboring industrial lands. Medallion and their project team have been working collaboratively with city staff and its peer review consultant to prepare land use compatibility studies that assess the proposed development and ensure appropriate mitigation measures have been identified in support of the proposal. And these assessments and mitigation measures have also taken into account the comments that we received from neighboring industries. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll pause my submissions and be available to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Mark. Great job. Thank you. Appreciate it. Are there any questions from members of council? My screen's frozen. Seeing none. Anne Benedetti from Goodman's. Welcome.
All right, you nailed it the second time, Mr. Chair. That's
Sorry,
perfect.
my apologies.
Anne Benedetti.
Been a long night.
I hear you. Rhymes with spaghetti, people never forget. I thank you. Good evening. We picked the most popular night at council, so thanks for hearing us out. My name is Anne Benedetti of Goodman's LLP. We're the solicitors for 2707193 Ontario Inc., which is the Bank Brothers. And they're the owners of an industrial facility at 109 East Drive, one of the industries Mark mentioned. And they're approximately 85 meters away from the proposed development. So they're very close. We've submitted a map with our letter from the development at Bramley Road. I'm here to speak briefly to summarize the concerns of the Bank Brothers with the assistance of our planner, Mike Everard, and our technical consultants from SLR. As mentioned, compatibility is a key concern here. And we'd like to propose a potential path forward which would build on the currently proposed staff recommendations, and it's recommendation 3, where we would propose an additional holding symbol condition in the proposed zoning bylaw. So first, I'll speak briefly to the importance of the Bank Brothers facility. Second, I'll summarize the compatibility requirements. And as Mark helpfully mentioned, the official plan was amended, and there's some specific compatibility concerns and policies added to address 69 Bramley. And third, with the help of SLR, we'll summarize the outstanding compatibility issues and our path forward with the additional H symbol. Bank Brothers Facilities is a Canadian multi-generational family organization. Goes back 100 years. This facility is an important part of the Canadian meat industry. So what happens at this facility is that the supply chain of the meat industry brings their byproduct to the facility that would otherwise not be usable, and the Bank Brothers are uniquely positioned to transform that byproduct, it's beef and pork, into lean proteins and high-quality fat that people can eat. So this is part of the green economy for the meat industry, and it's a serious organization. They've been growing their business by 30% year over year. They employ over 100 people at the facility, and they have the ability to expand. For example, at the site, there are approximately 2.73 acres of undeveloped land which could further be used by the Bank Brothers. Like many industries in the area, they operate pursuant to an environmental compliance approval because they emit noise and odor. As you can imagine, there are beef and pork products here that are byproducts that are then turned into products for human consumption. I'll briefly touch on land use compatibility. The PPS considers this facility a major facility. The PPS expressly protects major facilities and their ability to operate, expand, and continue to be economically viable. As a sensitive land use, the applications are required to avoid the potential for adverse effects for future residents in these buildings. The official plan contains specific compatibility policies for 69 Bramalea Road. They're at 4.14.3.20 sub 3 and 4. Importantly, I'm just going to quote one. I know we've been here a long time. It says, prior to the adoption of the implementing bylaw, that's what's before the committee and will be your recommendations to council, the applicant shall demonstrate that the proposed noise and air quality, that's where odor falls, for the residential proportion of the development meet the standards required. The building has to be sited and oriented to provide an appropriate interface with the existing industrial area, and they'll provide the necessary mitigation measures both on and off site to ensure that existing industrial uses, that's the Bank Brothers, are able to continue and or expand their existing operation. So we appreciate the work that's been done between the applicant and staff. Bank Brothers have provided a number of peer reviews. It appears only one set of those were included as part of the staff report and considered. And we at this time don't believe that the necessary mitigations are in place. So to summarize, and then I'll hand things over to Diane Freeman of SLR, all the experts, including city staff, agree that there are noise concerns for the surrounding industry, and that things like enclosed balconies, warning clauses, and a Class 4 area are required to protect residents of the building. But it's not clear where those balconies are to be enclosed and how the proposed warning clauses were secured to protect residents and industry. It's agreed that there are odor concerns.
And there's, sorry, I want to get to your H. Is Diane going to talk about
Yeah, and I've got
actual
it
H?
here as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Wrap up, please.
You
and then
bet.
we'll bring
These are
Diane.
my last 3 points.
Okay.
So all the experts agree there's an odor concern. It's noted as being annoying, garbage type, landfill type. And it was noted on 100% of the days that even the applicant's study observed the Bank Brothers facility. So we have a concern also that complaints will be made. And as you know, members of council, those complaints don't just come to us, they're going to come to you too. And they take away from the ability to operate the facility and to work on this important part of the industry. So what we're proposing, and we have copies for council, I know this is my friend, your lawyer is right beside me, so we can provide copies to the clerk. And we're proposing that an additional holding symbol will be added. You'll note at recommendation 3, there's also a note about a potential holding symbol due to the regional capacity issues.
Yep.
Completely separate, but
Yep.
if an H is noted, and if that is not noted, we would say that an H be added. and that we would say there are two pieces to the H. City Council has satisfied itself having regard to the site plan application and building elevations that appropriate noise and air quality, including odor mitigation matters, have been secured in the proposed development, and that there's been appropriate consultation with nearby industries, inclusive of the provision of an opportunity for environmental experts for the applicant and the industries to meet together with City of Brampton staff and our City of Brampton environmental experts.
Please.
So our goal is, again.
Ann, thank you.
Yep, no
Diane,
problem.
come on in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Diane Freeman, and I'm an air quality consultant with SLR. I'm a professional engineer, and I've worked in the area of odor and air quality for 30 years. Although the staff recommendations report speaks to required air quality mitigations, the recommendations aren't specific, particularly in regard to the need to mitigate emissions of odor and noise from the surrounding employment uses, in particular Bank Brothers. We're particularly concerned about the proximity of the proposed development to the Bank Brothers facility and the fact that the development currently includes open-air balconies and outdoor amenity spaces at that facility. In reviewing the staff report, SLR observed that the comments from our second peer review were not considered in the staff report. It's important that council understands this facility does generate odors, which can be described as frequent or pervasive, intense, and offensive. And as you know, with odors, everyone detects them at different concentrations, and people feel differently about odors that they detect. Bank Brothers is worried, and rightly so, that their ability to continue to operate their facility and expand will be impeded by these new residential receptors that are elevated at a height that may align with their stacks. As my friend noted, we are suggesting an alternative to the holding provision or an addition to it, such that the experts can essentially find time to come together and actually work to agree on mitigation measures that could be implemented in this development. At this time, we haven't seen the site plans and we don't have the finished elevations, so there's a lot of missing pieces for those experts to come together and sort that out.
For sure.
So that's our ask for you this evening, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
I would just state, Diane, that this is, this is a rezoning. Site plan will come and is delegated to staff. I don't seem to have a problem with, staff indicating to me that at that time of site plan, the sniff test, let's call it, gets applied. For anybody that knows or remembers what it was like to drive down Kennedy Road at Orenda, that old chicken factory, it was disgusting. You had to roll up your windows. That chicken plant is gone, but now you look to Maple Lodge Farms, who purchase so much land so that nobody comes anywhere close to them and appeals everybody that comes close to them. So I don't know what I've never gone by to smell it. I don't know what it smells like. I have no idea whatsoever. I'll let I'll say thank you, Diane. I'll receive the delegations. I'll bring back Mark, though. Mark, do you have any comments on the proposed H? And then I'm going to go to staff. Be brief, Mark, please.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity. Having just consulted with my client, we'd be okay to accept the first provision of the holding provision of the proposed holding symbol, being that City Council be satisfied itself, having regard for the site plan application and building elevations, that appropriate noise and air quality, including odor, mitigations have been secured in the proposed development. We're not supportive of Part B to that proposal. It's inviting neighboring industries into a process that's typically dealt with between the applicant and city staff. We'd like to keep it that way through the site planning process. So those are my comments on that.
Thanks, Mark. Yes to A, no to B. Steve?
Through the chair, I would concur that A would be appropriate to be addressed through the site plan, and to give the delegates from Bank Bros some level of comfort. There has and continues to be consultation in that general area with all of the landowners in regards to the Bramalea Major Transit Station area. So pending the forthcoming decisions of the Brampton Plan Appeal on that MTSA, there'll be other opportunities to revisit this, and I would recommend that that not be appropriate at this time.
Okay, and then you'll respect land use interface at site plan and do due diligence and whatnot. Any comments? Happy to add that A to amend to the staff report. You're okay to do that? We'll do the staff report as amended. Be taken as read through that the report from Samantha Della Pena, Development Planner, Development Services, the Planning Development Committee, a meeting of March 17th, April 7th. 69 Bramalea Holdings Limited, Glenn Schnarr Associates, 69 Bramalea Road Award 7 be received. The rest taken as read with the original H. A new H, City Council be satisfied of itself regards to the site plan approval application and building elevations that the appropriate noise and air quality, including odor mitigation. Who's touching me? Sorry. Steve? Let me finish. Mitigation measure have been secured in the proposed development. Therefore, that no further notice of public meeting be required, attached zoning bylaw amendment pursuant to section 34. Stephen?
If I could, just one friendly amendment, maybe replace the word city council with commissioner, because the site plan approval process is delegated to staff.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, for sure. Planning staff through the site plan process, if we can add that. Was that added? Do you want to take this? Yeah. Do you have one? Just A. And then just remove city council and put planning staff or commissioner of planning. And while you're doing that, it'll be moved by Councillor Power. Added that 722, the delegation, 723, the correspondence, and the staff report as amended with the extra H. Granted for the proposed development. All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. 50-50. Not bad. Our next item is, are we moving right down to 8.2? Because my papers are a mess. 8.2, that was held by Councillor Keenan, which is the staff report by Carolyn Crozier, staff strategic leader, project management, surety bonds for development agreements. And that effective, that security bonds, swap letters for credit, and essentially is provided to the development industry. Therefore, be it resolved, the council directs staff to make provision to permit swaps of existing securities in conjunction with land use planning with surety bonds where the following conditions are met: that the letter of credit was received by the city on or after November 19th, 2022. Ownership has remained unchanged since the development agreement was executed, and the developer is not involved in litigation against the city. Oh, I like that one. Last one, good. Been moved by Councillor Keenan. All in favor? That carries. Item 8.3 was deferred. 9.1 was the Brampton Heritage Minutes. Been moved by Councillor Vincente. All in favor? That carries. There are no other questions. Councillor period. Councillor question period. Any members of council have any questions? Seeing none. Public question period. Any members of the public that would like to ask any questions? I dare you to put your hand up. Seeing none, we'll move on. There's no closed session. Adjournment moved by Councillor Power that this meeting be adjourned. Our next scheduled meeting is Monday, April 28, 2025, except there's only a couple, that meeting may be changed because there's only a couple items. Have a great night, everybody.